Oh, no one gets that reference. Cool.
From Wales.
Hail adventurers! And welcome to the 47th episode of Dirty 20, an evening after the drama and adventure that we call a D&D podcast. Is your Dungeon Master for the evening, and once again I'm joined by my colourful cast of characters. Unfortunately, due to some schedule conflicts, we don't have Hayden today, so we'll have to make do without our resident cleric.
He's our cleric.
So, but I mean, his character will still be around. Yeah, that's basically it. Does anyone have anything?
We haven't told him to tune in to ITV2, 11th of November.
Oh yes. Well, here's hoping. Well, the thing
we're
is,
not confirmed.
Yeah, we don't know if we made the cut or not.
Yeah, we don't.
So we really could be sending people to go. Well,
Watch.
I say people.
Yeah.
To see something that we're definitely not
True,
in.
true.
Who knows? But just out of interest, maybe the episode 2 of the Emily Attack show on ITV2 on the 11th of November. That might be something you might want to watch.
Cheeky November.
No sponsorship, by the way. Other shows are available.
I mean, even if you don't...
Covering all bases, covering all bases.
Yeah, even if we're not in it. Emily's a very nice woman, so go
She is
support
lovely.
her.
She is lovely. She is very lovely. That's our claim to fame.
Yeah.
And Tim's dice.
For
Tim's
now.
dice, isn't it?
What was that, sorry?
Tim's dice are in the episode.
Oh yeah,
Tim's
we
dice
used
are in the
dice,
episode.
Shout
Yes.
Tim.
Oh, we probably should tell him that.
Yeah,
actually.
we
that would be a good thing
Probably
to
should.
maybe actually tell him. By the way, your dice are on ITV2. Anyway, aside from that,
Tim.
hopeful venture into the television industry. Does anyone else have anything they wish to promote? Anything they're working on? At all? Anything interesting? No, I don't. I haven't.
I'm working on
nothing lined up.
living my life. If that makes any sense.
If anyone's got work for a aspiring writer-director during lockdown, hey, here I am.
We'll release some Star Wars RPGs soon too.
Yeah, we're all planning to finish.
Right, now you've made that
games.
promise. You've made that promise.
You have to do
We
it.
need to finish. We need to finish Alien as well because I'm pretty sure
I
that was
really
our
want to
most
finish
popular
Alien.
episode.
I really want to
Alien.
finish Alien.
That was so good.
It's our most popular thing on
It's
some
Oh,
of
wow.
video.
So many people know about it, and it's actually a really fun system.
No one plays it as well.
It's a really
no one
fun
plays it.
system.
People are searching
It's
for it.
simple, but it's fun.
Oh yeah. I was going to try and run it for Halloween, but things turned out the way that they did.
A new Spawn trailer, everyone.
What?
Wait, and what?
You know the new Geiger game coming out?
Oh,
Yeah.
There's a new.
Oh, I didn't know there was no.
Oh, it fucking looks
interesting.
fantastic.
Is that actually
and-
his work? Like he did the art for it?
No, yeah, Geiger's dead. It's just a Geiger love. What?
Inspired,
Like,
right?
yeah, inspired.
Homage.
Like a love letter, yeah.
Love letter to Geiger, yeah.
Does anyone else have anything interesting to? Nope. Okay.
We had a lot to say.
We had a lot to say. So, without further ado, then, let's delve into today's episode of Dirty 20.
Sam's back.
So, previously on Dirty 20, with the success of their prison breakout scheme, Fera Carta struck a deal with Arilla, the high elven woman who had been held captive there. Under the guide of the sisters, you had been led to her with the belief she could quickly transport you to Ravenwood. Recognising you as her saviours, she agreed, but on the condition she finish her work here first. Agreeing, you journeyed several days underground, coming upon an ancient ruin, the source of some sort of great magic. It felt oddly familiar to the temple you once found the abyssal portal in, yet also appeared to have iconic elven designs. After slaying a camp of drow, you continued to explore the ruins. You came upon a room with strange arcane symbols along the walls. Deducing them as reflecting the various schools of magic, you expelled spells of matching schools, causing the symbols to light up. As they did, you heard a metal automaton activate in another room. Choosing diplomacy over violence, you talked to it. It appeared to be assessing you. Registering you as a non-threat, it spoke of its job to protect some sort of orb before beginning to exclaim intruders. Following the machine, it marched into a large room. A large blue orb covered in runic symbols swirling atop a platform. Next to it, another illithid, surrounded by his minions. It did not take kindly to the intrusion, and fighting broke out. As spells were slung, you noticed the sheer magical magnitude of the orb causing them to ripple, and in some cases, erupt in unexpected effects. One by one, the minions fell. Then, with one swift strike from Kensei's blade, the illithid dropped limp. The life leaving its body, it used its remaining strength to whisper into Kensei's mind. "He is coming. You cannot avoid it." Then, silence. As you catch your breath, Arilla steps forward, eyes locked on the still glowing ore, blood trickling from her nose. Well, I think we found what we're looking for. Fera Carta, what do you wish to do?
Loot the bodies!
Feel up dead people.
Okay. You made it weird.
You're the one twisting corpses.
But bam!
Ooh.
20.
Okay.
My turn, Barbara.
So who are you searching?
I'm gonna start with the drow, and then maybe wait, the illithid's body's still there, right?
The illithid body is still there.
I'll start with the bodies and then do the illithid.
I'm gonna go for the orb.
Yeah.
I wanna feel it. Can I feel its presence? Can I feel the like something in the weave?
Yeah, like it's the best way of describing it is it almost feels like a black hole. Where a black hole just pulls everything in and has this massive effect on matter and space-time around it. This orb appears to have a similar effect within the weave. The magic and everything just feels like it's being pulled and pushed by this orb. Like a great force manipulating it around, manipulating the weave around it.
Okay.
Let's start with Aria though. So, you make your way around the bodies. The Grell is the floating brain creature with the big tendrils. You don't find anything of interest from it, aside from its its appendages and its form itself. Nothing hidden within. The Drow, you find another small vial of the poison that you've got before.
Oh, nice.
You also go across to the illithid. Oh no, sorry, I sent you that message like an hour ago.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I just saw it.
Oh, by the way, just to clarify, we're not using Sirenscape today. If anyone's got that open, should all be coming through on Discord. That side, you make your way to the illithid. You You go through the cloak. So it's wearing this long, black and deep purple cloak.
Yeah.
You find, firstly, you find your hand come upon something quite squidgy and liquidy. And as you pull your hand out, you see grey matter from a brain in your hand.
Pocket
And
spaghetti
wiping it off.
for a mind player.
My god!
It's
I touched
quite
it!
gross.
I touched it! Oh my god!
You also find a small piece of paper. It looks like it's been folded over a few times, and it has writing on it. It is in a language you do not understand,
God damn it.
and that is what you find.
I would take it anyway. Okay.
As Aria is looking around these bodies, Storm, you want to go up to the orb?
Yes.
Arilla is already up there. She's kind of stood about 20 foot away from it, kind of just looking over at it. What do you wish to do?
I try to strike a conversation with the Railer. I say, the weave, the power this orb contains. You are not wrong to come here. But really, now you need to tell me, what is it you plan to do with it?
Well, that autonomous machine mentioned a vault. I intend to open it.
Wait a second. Did I hear that conversation, or is that private? Is that between the two of them?
I mean, she's not being loud, but she's not being quiet. You probably could overhear it.
Wait a fucking second, Arilla. You said you wanted to document and investigate. You said nothing about a vault.
This is true, you didn't.
Well, of course, I didn't know what was down here until we arrived. And then that machine that we saw mentioned a vault of sorts, and then an orb. And here we stand before one.
We found the source of magic. We found what you were looking for.
Correct.
Does it look like there's any other paths leading further off, or does this look like an end?
To your right, you can see where the path. There's like a pathway. Looks less of like a walkway and more where areas of the floor have just collapsed inwards, and now it's more like a walkway that leads back towards the room you found the trial camp in originally.
Okay.
Well, wherever
than
this
that, you
vault
don't see
is, I
anything.
believe this is the key to opening it. That must have been what the Illithid was doing.
Or this is the vault.
We are standing above the vault.
May I just really quickly? I found this on our dead friend's body. I don't understand the script though. Do any of you understand it? And I'll show them the note.
Nope.
Odmo, don't recognize the language.
Storm, you recognise it. It looks similar to the text you found in the tablets in the camp with the original mind flayer.
I pull out the stone tablet. It looks like the same script as this. So, what
Does
I can
anyone
only...
have the means to read it?
I do not.
Orilla?
Unfortunately not.
Ah. Well,
Did we recognize the spell that the mind flayer was casting? Would that be possible? As a wizard, did I recognize it when we saw him casting? Wait, her casting it?
What the Illithid?
Yeah, the Illithid was cast on the orb when we walked in. What did it look like? Or would that not be able to deduce that?
Roll me an Arcana check.
Indeed, see.
You can't exactly tell what the spell was. You weren't there for its initial casting. but it seemed to be some sort of ritual, and the best that you could tell, it had this like probing nature about it, but that's about as much as you can tell.
I don't know what the key is to opening this vault, but this sphere, it's definitely changed me, just being in its presence. I can understand why you wanted to study it.
These runes... It appears there is a locking mechanism on it. If we could dispel the magic, might open it.
Why are we assuming that whatever's in there is good?
Well, if it isn't, all the more reason to open it now rather than let it fall into the hands of anyone else who may come along.
Or maybe we...
Those mind flayers already know about it.
Then perhaps we simply change its location.
That's a good
Do
idea.
what, sir?
Then perhaps we should simply change its location.
Can you move something this big?
It is possible, but in its current state it would be extremely dangerous. You saw the effect that it had.
It is full of wild magic. If we try to transport this,
I think the big question is whether either trying to open it or keep it shut.
I think trying to open it.
Because
Open it.
I would say whichever they were trying to do is the thing we should not be doing.
I wouldn't always say that's the case.
I have to agree with her. Want to see what's inside. Open it.
I have not got the means. Aurelia talks of. I am not unable to.
I don't think my
Spell it,
lockpicks
mate.
will be able to get into this.
If we take a short rest, do you think that you can recuperate some of your stamina with the weave?
We could reconnect my stamina with the weave, yes, but I am not familiar with the specific spell. This is the issue.
Oh,
That is
Being
unfortunate. Oh goodness, he's being attacked.
oh my god. Conversation!
The elephants have found him.
I think he just got up, no explanation. Just like, right, I'll be right back.
Well, I can certainly try myself, though on an artifact such as this it would make it easier with other spellcasters.
You think Alistair and Storm might be able to assist you?
Sorry about that.
If they are capable of dispelling magic.
This is what I'm saying. I am not capable of dispelling magic. I'm still studying that spell.
Is Alistair capable?
I think he might be.
I believe.
I think he is,
believe
but I
I've
think
seen
he's
you.
out of spell slots.
So we'd need
He can't.
He can't,
need
he
a
can't
long
regenerate
rest.
spell slots like I
we
can
need a
either.
long rest, yeah.
How long have we been up for?
Good point.
You know, a fair amount of time.
Could we take a long rest here?
Are people just happy to sleep near this thing, or do we want to sleep away from it?
Doesn't
Yeah.
seem to be a threat.
I would rather keep an eye on it.
Perhaps let's not sleep right under it. Perhaps like a few feet away.
Of course.
Well, of course, yeah.
Because I can't read the runes on it, can I? Doesn't it?
No, though there is semblance to Elven scripture. There's you can see that the scripture, some of the scripture seems almost Stellarian, but it's not. It's like the shaping. It's kind of like how English looks similar to, I don't know, Russian in that, you know, it's very curvy.
Okay.
That's my, there you go, there's my linguistic knowledge. However, some of you also notice that some of the runes look draconic.
Draconic.
I can speak
Me
Draconic.
too.
I can as well.
Benny!
Oh,
It
Draconic boy.
isn't draconic,
Oh, it just
but
looks
the
like
scripture
Yeah.
is very like almost like perhaps it's an old dialect.
Elf
So-
dragons.
I can speak
it. Oh.
Elven and Draconic. Can I see if I can make anything out from it?
Sure. Roll an intelligence.
Can I
check.
assist her with the Draconic
Oh
side?
no, I'm so stupid. I'm so fucking stupid.
Well, if I assist you, can get advantage. Oh, it doesn't matter anyway.
It wouldn't have mattered. Okay. The runes aren't language. Well, they're not entirely language. It's not like sentences written. But Draconic is the sort of language. It's more of like a compiled language where a single word can have the meaning of a sentence.
Right.
You get the impression of oh my goodness. You get the impression of something to do with lock
Okay.
and seal.
I'm gonna tell the rest of the group that.
It's locked and sealed. Shocker.
Yes. I would have thought. I get the feeling that whoever made this, obviously designed it to be that only the person who made it could get into it, at least with ease anyway. Everybody else would have at the time of getting in.
I could try one more thing.
Did you make out anything about what's inside it?
Unfortunately.
I can look what maybe is hidden on it. This is a long shot, but I might as well try it. I'm gonna expend a third level spell slot just to cast the invisibility on it.
Arilla says, I can attempt to dispel it myself, but the more information that you can gather from it would make it a much easier attempt.
This may be able to recover something that is hidden on it. I cast see invisibility, so obviously you know what it means. I can see into anything from in the ethereal realms as well and other planes.
Okay. You can see that this magic, like you see the aura of it, it stretches into the ethereal plane.
Oh,
Like it is an immensely powerful object, whatever it is. Yeah, it seems to reach across the
you
ethereal
see
plane.
Storm's eyes. They were already like sparking with lightning when he activated the spell, but the orb makes a lightning from his eyes like arc onto the sphere a little bit, and he kind of steps back like with all his hair stood up on end, like whoa. Whoa.
Are you okay?
Cat stuck his head in a plug socket.
I say it almost looks like he's drugged. That is
Good shit.
powerful.
That's good shit.
Oh,
I love how whenever everyone does an impression of Jay, they immediately go to Frisk's voice.
Frisk,
It's
I know,
default.
it's-
It's
It's
default.
But it is
You know
default.
what? No, you know
It
what?
is
I
default.
blame Skyrim because they made that. They made that Khajiit voice like the standard for cat.
it's immense.
Oh,
That
God.
thing is immensely powerful.
In that case, I say we take a long rest, keep an eye on it, and then Alistair and Dorilla can attempt to dispel the magic.
It sounds good to
Sounds
me.
like a good plan to me.
Well, I think if we have the capability of dispelling it beforehand, it might be worth trying that now.
Of course,
Joe?
And if
by all means.
if it fails,
Are you insane?
then
And if something leaks out of it, to kill us, most of us are tapped out and unable to fight it. That would be a terrible idea.
I agree. Perhaps we should rest to deal with what's inside.
you make a logical point. Perhaps in my eagerness, I have slipped into slight naive ability.
There could be anything in there, Orilla. We need to think about
For all we know,
No,
this
yeah.
orb is a prison. Dangerous criminal.
I was thinking the same thing.
A fair assumption. Best to be prepared for the worst. We should not sleep in here.
Agreed.
But I do think that one of us should keep an eye on it at all times, lest anyone return.
I will keep an eye on it.
I would like to elect Kayak to do it
Perhaps.
because he has the least amount of interest in it.
Perhaps we ought to take watches.
As part of our watches, we can do a once-over of the room and then rejoin the group.
I wish to come here on my watch, or at least if you won't let me stay here with it.
Not
want
on
to
your
study.
own. Absolutely not on your own.
I'm not going to do anything foolhardy. I just want to investigate.
I've heard that before from a member of our party.
I am not that member of the party.
It's never a good idea to leave the main group, though. It's always more dangerous.
I will accompany him.
Fine. We'll do it in teams of 2.
Agreed.
Then it is settled.
Would you guys? Would you like
Pick
to go
your-
first?
Should we find somewhere?
Yes.
Perhaps in the room that we just passed through, there is enough room there to take rest, but also we would be able to see into the room and the orb itself.
Yes.
I cannot lie, I am extremely worried that they may return. We may have slain that illithid beast, but their minds are connected. Anything that it knew or it saw, its hive did.
There may already
And
be
I
more
would
on their
not
way.
like to be here when they return.
That would make sense with that dirty psionis magic they use.
Excuse me.
What?
Dirty psionic magic.
You heard what I said.
Alright, I'm going to go find somewhere for us to sleep.
Here's my passive perception. See Alistair reach for a knife to stab Storm.
I don't know, does it?
No, she just looks a bit shocked. She doesn't expect it from Storm. She's like, bruh, I thought we were cool. What?
I expected this from Gaia,
Okay.
but not you.
Yeah.
So, are you guys head back towards where you came from, finding a space within the ruins that is, enclosed enough that you can make a camp comfortably, but also have your wall to your back to a wall, so that you can be well protected, lest anything happen. You probably will need the other person who may be watching this orb. Probably going to be a fair, not massive distance, but maybe 20-30 foot away from the camp.
I volunteer.
Not far enough that you can't converse should you wish. So, as you set up your camp, you kind of make some room, settle down, and once it's gathered, some of you will take some rest. And who is going to be staying up first?
I want to.
Yes, me and...
Oh my god.
Who and Gaia? Sorry?
Storm and guy.
Storm and Gaia. Okay. So, as the rest of you head to sleep, Storm and Gaiac, you you are free to have your watch. Both roll me a perception check, please.
Perception.
Okay. Is there anything you wish to do with your watch?
Indeed. Yes. First thing I want to go straight. So are we watching the orb, or are we kind of near the orb at the moment?
So you're kind of in the hallway looking at the orb in the distance, unless you want to get closer.
I want to kind of get quite close, but not like dangerously close. Like maybe halfway between where we live.
I will follow, but be where he's halfway between the orb and the camp. I'll be halfway between him and the camp, so I can still watch.
Okay, so you're probably Storm. You're probably at the precipice of the room.
Yeah, I can feel the weave, the power emanating from it.
You immediately feel it. The moment you step over the threshold of the doorway, it is substantially different.
I'll call back to Gaiac. I will only be a moment. It's just something I want to test.
I'll have your back, and I notch an arrow, just in case.
I sit down in a kind of cross-legged pose, and take out the dragon crystal that I had in that I picked out from the cave, that kind of purple shard, and I place it on a little mat in front of me. And I close my eyes, and I can feel that you kind of see the crystal shake a little bit, and my eyes open like, oh, that's impossible. I did not use any somatic properties. This orb has made it so I'm able to cast magic without using my focus or my hands. And I close my eyes again, and it starts to move, and it kind of you can see like there's like this spurts of lightning like sparking off it, and it kind of floats in the air a little bit, and you see it starts to turn like a green, and then it just drops to the floor. I thought I had it then. This is remarkable. I've never come across something so powerful. It could change my whole direction and use of my magic. And I quickly get out my tome, and I start like frantically. I take out a little ink pot and stick my claw in the like a fingernail in the ink, and I start scratching into my tome with my nail, using it as like a quill. I'm just frantically writing in it, and then I go back over to Gaiac, not taking my eyes off the orb.
Did you find anything?
Yes, nothing that maybe can help us open it, but the power emanating from this thing seems to interconnect with my understanding of the weave, broadening my knowledge.
May I ask? I mean, I have no experience with, especially objects of this nature, but what do you think it is?
I believe that it was something that spans planes. I do not believe it is this is its first or final resting place, whatever it is. It comes, it goes, depending on where it's cooled. I'm not sure, it's just a theory.
Ewan, what would I, not being as in tune with like the Weaver's storm is, what would I feel from the orb?
You feel kind of like this pull, this almost like the presence of it alters magic, and there's like this it's almost like the air is rippling. It's not, but almost like it is.
Okay, I turn to Storm. Would you allow me to spend some time with it?
Of course. The more we know about this thing, the I don't know it. The further we can use it to our gain. We don't have to take anything from it, but
that is what I am thinking exactly.
It beckons to us, sharing its knowledge with us.
I would like to maybe use it to improve my understanding of my own magic.
That would be very, very useful. I've seen you have used magic with your arrows before, but it seems different from the rest of the party that use magic.
I feel slightly disconnected from it, if I'm honest. I see the way you and Alistair and Alistrine use your magic, and it's impressive.
It is very impressive, that's for sure, but the way you use it is much more natural to those else in the party, I have to admit.
I would like to understand it more. I am gonna go a little bit closer to the orb, still like a distance away, but close enough that I can still feel like that pull from it.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to kind of just sit on the floor with my legs crossed and my hands on my knees and try and like meditate and try and use the connection with the weave to like try and focus my magic a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
And try and connect with it a little bit better.
Okay. You get a little closer, and you feel that pull from before almost washes through you, altering you, shifting you, not on a physical level, but on something else. Your connection to the unseen parts of the world around you. As you sit and close your eyes and find yourself in that meditative state that you have before, you feel every aspect of the room amplify. The magic, the weave that is given off and passes through everything around you, both living, mineral, and it shifts and it bends and reality turns. You breathe and find that place where you've connected with the weave before, and you give yourself up. You exhale sharply, and something within you is pulled out along with your breath, like a knot tied to a passing stream. You feel connected to something, and connected to everything around you. Where one might feel a scholarly or academic connection, you feel something more natural and honest. There is a vulnerability in it as you open yourself up to the natural world. You open your eyes and you feel something having changed within you, this strange orb, its effects having altered you somehow, perhaps?
I slowly walk back to Storm with a faint green glow sort of around my eyes. I felt something I have never felt before.
That's remarkable. What did you feel?
I feel it's hard to describe. A connection like I have never felt before.
The power this must have to introduce you to new, I assume, new areas of your skill you've not explored.
I hope so. As dangerous as this object could be, I am grateful that we have had this time with it.
Problem is, I don't know how easily I would like to leave it. There's so much more I have to do. Since you've been gone, I've already thought of so much I can use this for.
I entirely understand why Arilla wanted to come here.
Yes. So do I. I did mistake her intentions, but I still am wary.
Yes, as much as we could use it to our advantage, I am afraid of it.
It is good. The things that emanate so much power should also emanate fear. But they must be in the correct hands.
Yes. I will keep an eye in case those things return.
So will I, for now.
And I'm gonna prop myself against the wall with a arrow notched and keep keeping a close eye in case I see any movement or anything, any sounds.
Okay. So, you keep an eye out, doing your own thing for the rest of your shift, which comes to an end without incident. Who's taking the next watch?
I'll go on it with Alistair. Or, I mean, if you want to go with me, you can. It's up to you. I just knew one of us is going to have to go with him, but it's up to you.
I mean, he'll probably, to be quite honest, he'll probably sleep through the night.
Okay, yeah, cool.
Because it's a lot easier
I
than
was
him
gonna
to
say,
play
it
in.
would make sense to have somebody go with Orilla as well. Just to...
Oh, yeah, true. Okay, well, I'll go next.
Wait, is it Aria and Alastrine? Okay, Gaiac's gonna make a point of going and waking up Alastrine carefully, without a beetle.
With a stick. With a stick
Good
from a
idea.
distance.
Storm goes over with his tome, and he's still writing and like flicking through pages frantically, but he's walking and writing and reading at all the same time, and he kind of bumps into Aria mistakenly. Oh,
Well, I'm awake.
oh,
What?
sorry, I didn't mean to do that, but
Are you walking and writing at the same time?
yes,
That's
yes,
impressive.
I have so much to write, so much to think about. I don't think I'm going to sleep.
Please try.
Please
You
don't.
must.
Alastrine wakes up and just sees this bird face in hers, and she just scowls. She's like,
Hi.
Gaiac doesn't even like really react to her like expression or reaction. He's like, you can tell his mind's somewhere else, and he just kind of slowly wanders over and lays down without saying anything.
"What the fuck?"
Storm kind of tries to write for a very long time, and then suddenly the kind of sleeps, and the book's like covering his whole face.
Wakes up in the morning and there's like
Ink.
ink across
Oh,
one
coming
side.
down the side of the
Spell
mouth.
imprinted on his cheek.
Yeah, then you'll be able to use your cheek as a arcane focus.
Yeah.
Okay, so Aria, Alastrine,
Yes.
can you both roll me a perception check, please?
Forgot we had to do that. Whoops.
Blam.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Did I come in?
Ooh, nice. Is there anything you wish to do with your watch?
Yes. I would like to just look around and see if there's any kind of like fairly not huge, but just like fairly like maybe fist-sized stones, maybe any broken glass or anything. And I would like to
Yeah.
just
Oh, yeah.
basically, I'd like to make kind of like a makeshift like snare at a few places, so if people come at us, we can hear them, and also just like sprinkle like loose stone and stuff around, so they'd have to step on it and they would create noise, so they'd alert us.
Okay. Roll me an investigation check. This is to determine how hard it is for them to
Wow,
find your
that's
trap.
3 20s in a row. Jesus.
Okay.
Good job.
Cool. So you set up some snares. They are pretty well concealed, even in a place as open as this, covered by debris. But you do set up some of them. You believe that if anyone were to come by, you think that they're probably not going to see them, and it'll probably alert you.
Cool. Awesome. And then I'm just gonna wander near the orb and just
Okay.
kind of just stare at it and just kind of think about my experience with magic, how fresh it is, and look at the orb and just think about how small it makes me feel and how so much I don't understand about magic, and all of this is just so weird. But
Okay.
Ara is very intrigued. She just kind of loses her thought staring at it for a bit.
As you do.
Yeah. Alistrine literally does not give a shit about this orb. She's like, I don't understand it, it's not important, I don't care. But she's looking at Aria and she looks like she wants to talk to her, but is like, she's busy.
She's busy staring at an orb.
Just be
Well,
awkward,
actually-
like approach.
There is a reason that she's busy. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. I'll be back in a second, guys. Hello.
Oh no.
As you stare at the orb, you feel this kind of... You too feel this pull towards it, this interest. And then you feel this kind of like tingling on your back. Almost like a little numbness. Until you realise that it's not numb, it's the cold touch of searing hot flame. As if someone were holding a searing fire by your back. And you just hear in your head, I see you found something worth taking. Good. Good. Take it. Bring it to me. That's it.
Oh yeah, I'm fine. It's like, we are but 97 young virgins waiting for a young man to
What conversation did I just walk
Okay, yeah,
into?
we just came back to 7 a.m. virgins or something
No,
like
it's
that.
like Monty Python, the bit where he goes into the tower and sees like the fake grail and then
Oh right.
he's like, I'm
yeah.
fine, I can deal with this.
Anyway, yeah, you see Aria. Aria is looking at the orb and then kind of this almost curious look. And you see her face kind of... There's almost... You almost pick up a slight look of fear. But she washes it away pretty quick.
Okay. Alright.
What?
You alright?
I'm fine. Curious contraption, no?
Listen, I wanted to say something to you. Might sound stupid, but a while ago I was... I'm not used to saying things like this, where in the Draken Isles we either fight or fuck if somebody has done something to us, and I don't think...
I like the
I
sound
don't-
of the
I
Draken
don't
Isles very
think
much.
you'd appreciate either of those things. I'm not used to apologizing, but
Fight or fuck. Sounds brilliant.
FOF.
Deep breath, Alistair. Deep breath. Collect your thoughts and then speak.
I was an arse. I was a real arse to you when we were in the mushroom forest. And I'm sorry.
Wow. An apology.
Oh,
I mean,
fuck off.
I mean, look, listen, I appreciate it, but you know, it takes a lot to piss me off. I let a lot of things slide because it's not worth being angry over. And I know what you're like, and I know you were just concerned. She was a stranger. She was a stranger. You're very in your right to be concerned. But, apology accepted. I wasn't mad, but it's okay. Apology accepted. And I will say, I'm very impressed at that little talk with Storm you had the other day, where you were very sympathetic with him about his people. I overheard it, so I'm very impressed. Very big of you, because I know your feelings towards all that.
I mean, I kind of regret having it now after what he said earlier.
Well, we will not always agree with each other. I think that's become evident. But you were being a bigger person, which is not always easy to do.
What did you look so concerned about?
Concerned? When did I look concerned?
Just now, you looked worried.
Oh, you know, big scary orb, tentacle-faced people. Possibly seeing my family within the next 24 hours, 48 hours, that I have not spoke to in a long time. I think it's fair to say I have a lot on my mind.
You should be excited.
I'm excited to an extent. I'm excited to see my half of my family, but there's the other half. I am excited to show you guys the town. It is a lovely town.
I'm very excited to see it. And the half of your family that you're not so excited to see, I'm quite excited to be having words.
Well, it's unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be a happy atmosphere anyway, considering my father is ill, but just
Sorry
figuring out. I should be sad. I feel like I should be sad. I feel guilty that I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it, to be honest with you. It's weird.
It's understandable. It's so close to our goal. To think about what comes after.
It just doesn't make any sense. My father was a very, for the most part, it's a very healthy man. It just feels like it's come out of nowhere. I just hope it's not the result of something maybe I did. I don't know.
Why would it be something that you did?
I don't know. I didn't. I gave my parents a lot of grief over the years, but you know they gave me a lot of grief. So I don't know. Maybe they made a few enemies because of me. I don't know.
Your father wouldn't get sick because of that.
Not everybody loved my family. They had their enemies. I don't know. I am jumping to conclusions. I am assuming the worst. Maybe it's
No,
just...
no, you're not. You're not. It's not rational of you to feel that way. And if there is anybody who would harm your father, believe me, we'll find them. Kind of like puts a hand on her shoulder, just like.
Wow, an apology and a touch. This is
She
a
kind of
lot
like
of...
shoves her away.
Oh, this is progress at a stream. Very, very good.
Oh, thank you, mother.
Oh gosh, don't ever call me that again. I swear to God, I'm not ready to have children, please.
Okay. So, you have your watch. You keep an eye out, laughing and talking, as your shift comes to an end. But before that,
Okay.
I'm gonna need Kensei.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Okay.
Oh my fucking god, there's some fucking secrets.
Hello.
We've got Rhythm and Bard Point here. They might be listening.
They might be listening into it. So, can say.
Should I be worried that you just started playing Ghost of Tsushima music in the background?
You should genuinely be worried. As with any other night, laying down to rest, you clear your mind, focusing on your breathing. Techniques ingrained within you. You feel the air fill and leave your lungs, over and over. Rhythmic, peaceful. The sounds of your breath louder, seamlessly becoming the blowing of wind through leaves. You're stood upon a hill, white blossoms blowing past like snow, down towards a grove of blossoming trees. The air is warm, but the wind is cooling. Tranquility washes over you, a vision of a life long since past. As the serenity continues, you feel your senses pick something up. A watcher. There is another visitor in your grove of tranquility, one without form. A deep and incorporeal voice speaks, almost like a whisper in your right ear.
Such a glorious fantasy. Mere blank life is enough to please your meager minds.
You try to block the voice out. Despite your focus, you feel unseen eyes still watching. Almost as if it had been the entire time. The sky is dusk, stars sprinkled across the darkness of night, orange and pink clouds across the horizon. Holding out your hand, a pink blossom drifts into your palm. Turning, you see the familiar sight of the sakura trees stretched before you, glowing bright and fluorescent, blowing gently in the wind.
I find this memory particularly delightful.
From behind one of the trees, a woman wearing a long, white and flowery kimono steps out. Her dark hair loosely sways as she cups one of the blossoms falling towards her. She smiles and laughs, but you hear no sound. She turns towards you, love in her eyes, and reveals the blossom. She says something. Her lips move, but nothing comes out. She speaks, but you cannot hear your name. She's saying your name, but what is your name?
How curious. No matter how deep I search, I find nothing but a scar where the memory once laid. How tragic.
The woman turns in sadness. You see more movement. Someone behind the same tree. The woman kneels and beckons the shrouded figure with a painful smile. A child, maybe 8 years old, with shoulder-length black hair, scurries out towards the woman. You remember him at this age. Not long before you left. The woman turns again, sorrowful eyes glancing at you.
So many memories, so many thoughts and emotions. It all sounds so delicious.
There is a flash of lightning, and the beauty is shattered. The trees mere blackened wood, the sky a raging storm, pouring torrential rain, soaking you through. Where the blossom once sat in your hand is only the jade pendant. For the first time, your senses truly return to you. A realization sparks in your head. You're dreaming, but it all feels very real.
Perhaps you are not as stupid as you seem.
The rain hitting hard against your clothes. What do you do?
Do I recognize the voice?
The voice is familiar, but you do not recognize the sounds.
Is that all you have to taunt me with the darkest parts of my own mind? Do you think I not do that on my own?
Call it an appetizer for what's to come.
Yes. I'm sure once I kill you, you'll taste quite delicious.
Mighty words for one that came so close to death. My kin have tasted your mind, and we grow ever hungry.
Life is all about disappointments. You should know that from looking in my mind.
Those bitter emotions are nothing but savory treats.
How's this one for you? And I'll try to... I realize that I'm in a dream, right?
Mm-hmm.
I try to visualize in my mind the image of the bloodiest and most violent battle in the war.
You close your eyes and picture. As you open, you are amidst bloody fighting, people being slain in front of you, blood spilling onto the ground, a deep guttural
Delicious.
as you see people fall, friends, enemies dying at your feet, organs spilling onto the ground, mixing with the mud, gore.
Do you see this, you cur? Do you see? Do you really?
Yes.
Do you really think that anything that you could possibly do me would ever compare to the darkness I witnessed in these fields? Do you really think that you intimidate me as much as any of the Kenseis I faced or any of the men I killed? You are nothing. When I find you, I will remove your head from your shoulders, use it as a damn trophy, and that will be it.
You see your vision become darker. The scenario playing before you continues, but almost as if the brightness has been turned down. And almost like holograms, these three, woof, one eye, woof, a second, a third, these yellow, deep eyes appear before you.
If you wish to see these people again, leave our home and never return. Should we smell you again, I will feast on that mind myself. Remember the name Algonthorn, and may terror follow wherever it is whispered.
You feel something drifting in your mind as you become disorientated for a second. Your eyes open. Back in the ruins. Awake. As Alstrine and Aria making their way over to your camp. And we're gonna go back. I'm gonna change the music so they see nothing.
They haven't been. I was about to say they haven't been hearing this the whole time, have they?
Absolutely not.
Oh god.
Oh, I know I've done that. Hello. And we are back. Oh, goodness.
Welcome back!
Oh, all the thing is gone. Hold on. Okay.
The bloody Frodo gift just keeps getting used.
Alright. You keep your
I-
Secrets.
I'm a little unsure why. Oh, God, it's done it again.
This is it. Yes, exactly. Al, that's what it was. It was just me standing in a circle.
So you say Aria and Alistrina are coming over.
I'm gonna wake up Arilla.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Okay. Just being set up.
Gensei,
Quite
Gensei,
awake.
it's your turn. Gensei,
Yes,
Wake up.
quite awake. Thank you.
wake up, Gensei. Get right in his face.
You and your cat wakes you up in the morning and you're like,
It's just like.
So, Alistrina and Aria head to sleep, and Kenzie, if you could roll me a perception check, please.
Boy. Oh, I don't even have a character sheet up.
Oh no!
What an amateur mistake.
Gosh darn it.
What was that?
I have
sorry,
no idea.
sorry,
and I
that
don't
was
care
me.
tonight.
That was me getting way too close to the microphone. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Damn it, Alistair,
Okay.
you're popping through me off.
So,
Oh, I need to leave to roll 20 quick.
Kensei, is there anything you wish to do with your watch?
What's Orilla doing?
She makes her way over, kind of, to get a little bit closer to the orb, so that she can actually see the thing at the kind of the precipice of the room. And she just seems to be watching and observing.
Any further theories as to what it is?
Well, I've been thinking about it. I do truly believe that it might be some sort of vault or lock. Perhaps it is just a key for something else. But I can't get over the fact that there might be something inside.
I agree.
Something about it is familiar.
Familiar. How so?
Yes, like... Well, the only way I can describe it is it's almost like... Were you ever told stories as a child?
I doubt I was told the same stories as you were.
Most likely not, but the content isn't the point. It's more of... When you hear stories as a child, you pick up pieces of information, things that stick with you, and it... How I feel when I look at this is almost like that. Like I've heard of it before, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Curious.
Just for the hell of it, Kensei's going to take a little closer look at the orb, recognizing that some of the symbols are written in Draconic. Wild stab in the dark, but can he make out at least the odd word, maybe?
So yeah, like I said, it's not actually. It's
Yeah,
not
and I just have
language.
Draconic, but it's like hints of it. So
I mean, roll me an intelligence check.
I'm in the same boat as Alistream for that one.
I mean, she rolled pretty decently, so
My boat's got holes in it.
yeah, it's too different beyond being able to make out that the symbols are similar to how the language of Draconic is written.
Could it be of illicit origin?
Of illicit origin? I can't say for sure, but I find it unlikely. The scripture on there is of, well, it's reminiscent of many different languages, none of them deep speech. And the text that we found doesn't appear to match them.
Wait a minute.
That combined with the idea that an illithid was struggling to open it, if that is indeed what they were doing, you would think that they would have a key.
Question, Ewan. While we've been down here, since we fought a lot of Dark Elves at this, have we heard any of them speak Undercommon? Like,
yes,
I
you have, yeah.
obviously wouldn't be able to understand it, but I've heard them speak it.
Yeah, you've heard them speak Undercommon.
I might be grabbing at straws here. Is it perhaps Undercommon? Is there any Undercommon on it?
No, not that I can tell. I only know a few phrases myself. But the text is not familiar. It's more akin to, well, Draconic and my own Stellarian.
Yes,
But the dialects are far different.
Yes, I recognise the odd Draconic character there.
Needs further study. I understand your trepidation with this artifact, and quite honestly, I'm rather glad that you're here. My curiosity perhaps could have, what's the phrase? Killed the cat. I may have been a little naive, and had you not been here, I might have opened it myself, and if there is indeed something dangerous in there, well, hindsight and all that.
The search for power often tends to blind ones to the consequences of their actions.
You know, you seem to be the most logical of your group. Are you their leader?
I highly doubt they would listen to what I say if I order. But I try my best to steer them as much as I can.
Well, if I have seen anything in my rather extensive lifetime, it's that the best leaders are the ones that you can't see. The ones that lead without making everyone know that they are the leader. Encouragement and understanding. Something, unfortunately, a lot of those in power lack. You're a good man. Though I've only known you for a few days, so perhaps I'm completely incorrect on that assumption. But from what I can tell. Might I ask how you met? Your group?
It was quite some time ago now. We have 2 new members since then. We originally had 2 different party members with us. A Dragonborn and a Lizard Folk. We went our separate ways with our Dragonborn Lizard Folk friend. With a rather untimely end.
That's unfortunate. I'm sorry for your loss.
Hmm.
Thoughts and prayers.
All right, President Trump, calm down. we are all dying. Death is not something one should be overly concerned with. It always happens eventually.
I hope you'll not take offence to the question, but I'm always curious about new cultures and the like. Your mask. In the days that we travelled, I didn't see you take it off. Even during your sleep, you were wearing it. Might I ask why?
You may, do not, but do not be upset if I do not straight answer.
Why do you wear it?
It is my life now.
I see. Well, I apologise if I overstepped a boundary there. Just curious.
Not as much as you might think. No, I am appreciative of your interest in my home now. Many tend to view the Pearl Isles with an eye of not necessarily suspicion, but confusion. Our ways are very different from that of home.
Well, I have never visited there. It's quite a distance. And I've heard that perhaps not the safest of places to visit.
Has another civil war sprung up again?
I'm not sure, unfortunately. Sorry about that. I've just been told that it's not safe for people of my kind, I guess.
I'm surprised. The way the Emperor runs the Empire, magic users should be better.
Oops.
Well, I'm not sure. Perhaps he is one such individual that prefers only he has control over such things. But I'm not one to make assumptions.
That does sound like.
Well, anyway, I must get back to my observations. Hopefully it will give me some insight for tomorrow. Or whenever it is that we wake up.
Might I ask, before you retire, have you ever heard the name, what was the name you had?
Algornthorn.
Asgorn.
Algornthorn.
Algorn.
Algornthorn.
Algornthorn or Algorn?
I've got it written down.
Algonthorn.
Algonthon.
Algonthon.
Thon. Yeah, I don't know. It's not thong.
Algonthorn.
Just a beholder. It's just like a dragon or a beholder wearing a thong. Okay, Algorn. That is.
Rule 34. It'll be made.
No.
We are not doing that.
I'll say to Arilla there. You ever heard the name Algorn?
No.
As it died,
Why?
the elephant spoke to me and told me that he was coming. The being called Algonthorn. I suspect that this is not all.
No, it doesn't ring any bells.
I think. I'm not familiar with the politics of. Are you in a position of power with any outside of your empire?
Outside of the Empire?
Yeah. Someone who would listen to you if you were to bring.
Well, the only place that I've truly held any political sway is now covered in everlasting mist. So my word isn't exactly...
I believe I've heard of this place. Midgard, was it?
Yes.
I can suppose the Belanorians would be likely to listen to a mage over. I suspect that once this war of Foyfort is sorted, we might attention back to the Illithid. I suspect they are plotting something for the surface, yet I know what.
They are always plotting something. There's always something plotting something in this world.
Yes, and I'd rather not those plots involve me or getting killed. I think.
Well,
I think.
Sorry, you were saying?
I think it might be best once you have helped us on our way that we each do our best to of some lurking menace beneath the surface of this world.
Yes, I agree.
May not be much, but it's best to part of the possibility of the front.
Well, perhaps whatever is inside this vault could help us.
If we cannot move it, I see no alternative to it. I do not want to leave it here for them.
Agreed.
Very well. Try it
She
again.
goes back to just studying the runes.
It's gonna.
One by one, you... Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh no, sorry. I was just going to say, Kent, say meditate nearby.
Okay. So one by one, you begin to wake up, feeling refreshed after your long rest. And that's where we're going to take a small break. I'm so desperate.
I get my dispels bag, yay!
Right, just to confirm.
So, before we left off the break, we had you guys waking up after your long rest. So, what do you wish to do? As you all rouse from your slumber.
Dispel the magic and enter the orb.
Dispel the magic and... Sorry, the way you said that was like very official.
Yeah, if you and me could get positions ready for when this goes wrong.
Of course, I'm way ahead of you. I'm already there with the arrow notched.
He's like, the old routine.
Watch them do the wavy hands and we shooty shoot.
Do the magic hand thingy.
Okay.
Watching them do something disastrous and us cleaning it up.
Arilla steps up and gets close towards the orb. You can see like this the radiance of the orb. It increases in magnitude slightly, and you can see almost like a star where it has gases that strip out. I can't remember exactly what the name is for them. Some astronomy GCSE I had. If I can't even remember.
Constellation?
Like solar flare sort of thing.
So like when
It's more, like a flare. So it almost, this magical cyan energy, almost like a solar flare, kind of slowly pulls out and kind of wraps around her as she kind of gets closer. And you can see her wince, it's kind of a little bit of pain as she feels some sharpness on her, and places her hand on the orb. I'm ready.
I got both my swords out.
Is Alistair going to help her?
You can.
He's
Yes,
the only one
I'll
with
help.
the spell.
I don't know the spell, but I can offer you my connection to the weave.
I'm gonna produce my psionic blades and just kind of like give a dirty look to Storm, just like.
I'm going to produce my psionic braids.
He ignores
My psionic hair
you.
extensions.
I'm gonna just be watching Arilla very intently.
Okay. What are you going to do to try and lend her your support, Storm?
Mental support.
I don't know. I can flavor it that I can.
See if there's actually something.
I want to know what you want to do.
I don't have dispel magic, so I can't actually physically mechanically lend any help, but I could. No, I don't know. I could expend a slot by just letting out some of my magic.
Okay, what level?
I'll let out third level. Third level's
Okay.
slot. It'll be in the form of like a little bit of like a safe lightning bolt, maybe. I don't know.
Okay. You see, you release this light, this arcane energy, in the form of this lightning that kind of surrounds her, almost orbiting, and you watch the energy from her intensify as she begins to attempt to dispel the magic. Okay, so good job you did that.
Did I give it advantage?
You did indeed. Wow, okay. Whew.
Good job.
So she places her hands up. You watch her mutter words under her breath as the energy from her begins to pull onto the orb, pushing like two forces crushing against each other. You all feel this poof energy blast past as she almost gets knocked over as the energy overwhelms her, but pushing back. A blast of energy as the lightning strikes against her and whirls around. Poof, there is this flash of white and blue, and you all have to kind of recoil for a second, and you watch as the runes begin to dissipate on the orb. Aurilla falls backwards, landing on the ground. You can see blood dripping from her nose again. The orb that was once kind of swaying and circling and spinning begins to slowly descend and cease its spinning as it lowers to the ground. Almost like this release of gas, you see air spill out like frost from the crevices of where the pieces of metal with the runes on begin to kind of separate slightly, and almost like a door, an opening reveals itself as the metal slides away. Before you, you see the interior of this orb. Wires, mechanisms, and poles of metal with arcane energy kind of now simmering and beginning to diffuse inside this spherical orb. In the middle, hovering gently, is a suit of armor.
What?
Oh shit!
You see,
Help Morella up. Is she down or is she up?
hold on.
A suit of armor. Curious.
Ooh, we
Whoa.
like pictures. Ooh.
That's nice.
So you see this this kind of like shimmering almost yellow metal armor, full plate, kind of just hovering there. These wisps of faint purple spilling from the plates in the armor. He just hovers there. Zorilla gets up.
I'm going to cast the invisibility.
Okay.
One of these days this will be...
You don't see anything invisible.
Damn it! Oh, yo, just waste.
But you can be sure. Well, I mean, you can be sure there's nothing invisible.
Okay.
You watch the rooms now almost. They don't fully disappear. Or the light from them doesn't fully disappear. It is still faint, and you can see this faint kind of like from the rooms on the exterior of the orb. But gradually, in the interior, where the wires are, all connected to, almost like magnets connected to the armor, begins to drop off, and it just kind of hovers there.
Curious. This is not what I was expecting.
Nor I.
You know
It's just
anything
what he
about
was
it?
after.
I was expecting a person to finish. I mean, string of luck.
No.
Why were the Illithids trying to obtain this?
Well, perhaps they just sensed something powerful
Hmm.
and were drawn to it.
Regardless, we can't leave it here for them to take. If
Absolutely.
if you would, could you inspect it for traps?
Sure. I mean, I don't know much about magic traps, but I can have a look.
Ah,
I
then
can have a
perhaps Storm maybe should help you.
I can have a look for any glyphs or any words that may be on it.
Okay, roll an Arcana check.
Oof.
Has the feeling in the air
you don't-
changed?
A little bit. It's still there, but much more much different than it was before. Much less so. You don't see any glyphs, anything that would indicate anything magically trapped.
It looks safe.
I would
to me.
assume that anything like this has probably got something on it that will protect it from unwanted visitors.
Maybe
Don't
a
leave
second,
something like this here.
a second opinion. Orilla, what do you think?
A valid assumption, though it was locked inside this thing. There could be a second offence. We can't be sure. But you said you didn't see any glyphs or anything to that degree?
I didn't, but to play into the cautiousness, I will do this. And without doing anything, you see the kind of like a spectral lightning cat claw appear, and I push it over to go touch the armor, see what happens.
You watch the hand almost vibrate for a second as it touches it. It's like touching something quite magical, but nothing seems to happen.
Well,
Can I go up to it and just like put my hand on it just to see if it like reacts at all?
Sure. You feel like a gentle vibration in your hand, very subtle, but nothing happens.
I try and pull it out.
It comes out without resistance. It just it feels light as a feather, and then as soon as it leaves the orb, poof, it's heavy. It becomes like normal plate armor. Not normal plate armor, but like the weight changes to like heavy armor.
Can I walk over? Do I clearly see Alistair's arms just go boom to the floor when she takes it out?
If you try to have her, she will bite you. She'll be like.
You can see Arilla is just stood there, kind of staring at her hands, looking quite puzzled in her own thoughts.
Is something the matter?
are you well?
Yes. There's something strange. It's
Just not what you expected.
It's not that. It's certainly not what I expected. Nothing wrong with that. But when I touched it, I felt a connection of sorts.
Connection.
Wait a
What?
second.
Yes, with the magics. It was almost like, it's hard to describe. It felt like there were invisible strings that were strung out across great distances. I believe there's more of them.
More pieces of this armor.
More orbs.
Perhaps more of these orbs. These vaults.
In design, it doesn't look Stellarian, does it? No, it's an unusual design.
Would it be anything that maybe I would have read about? Any tales about like magic armor or anything?
If that is true, then we could assume that the Illithids may be after the others too.
Yes, I was thinking the same thing.
If they can sense it, that's not an unreasonable assumption.
They are not to be underestimated. That's for sure.
What are you gonna do with this though?
I said we should take it with us for now. And I'm gonna go over and try to pick up the armor. How heavy is it?
It's like heavy armor. It's not like, but it is. It's heavy armor.
Perhaps we should wait until Storm or Alistair have had a chance to look at this before, just to putting it on.
Sounds like a good idea.
What was that? Study it.
Yes.
Ah, yes. I'd be quite interested in studying it. If Orilla wants to or not, I don't know.
Well, as exciting as it would be to study this armor, I must say I'm far more interested in in this orb. From what I can tell, it almost it seems like less of a vault and more like a battery.
Battery.
A battery?
Yes, let me describe it like this.
It's alright, you only have to explain physics to a Neanderthal.
What I can tell from the interior anyway is that this orb perhaps was using this item as a source of power.
Oh.
Notice how when we opened and took it out, it began to deactivate.
It feeds off the weave within the artifacts.
That's what I believe.
Then we do not know if the Illithids put this armor in there.
It's highly doubtful.
I think they weren't so much after the armor, but perhaps the ability of the orb.
If that is the case, should we destroy it? We can.
We
Should it be destroyed?
That is a good point. Really?
I'm not sure, but there's so much we could learn from it.
I agree with Aurelia. This should not be destroyed.
Destruction or transportation, I do not care which, but it cannot remain here.
What's the point of taking it with us? It's not useful if it doesn't have the armor inside it.
Isn't it?
I can take it elsewhere. Now that the magic is deactivated, or at least less so than before, I can still tell there's some traces remaining inside. It's less likely to influence magic cast around it. I perhaps could use a teleportation circle to send it somewhere.
If you were going to use a teleportation circle, I don't suppose you'd be able to teleport us.
To where we were hoping to go.
Well, unless where you're hoping to go is the undisclosed location in which I was going to send this artifact, then
We did have
I feel like you'd be disappointed.
a deal, did we not?
Yes.
Oh, I see. I see the misinterpretation here. I would not be travelling with it. I would set up the circle and activate it, and the orb would be transported.
Aye.
But I would remain here, and you are absolutely correct. We did have a deal, and I intend to honour that.
As long as the bit is being upheld, we will aid you in transporting this to the location.
Well, I appreciate the offer, but that won't be necessary. I just need to set up a few scrawlings, and it should be done. It'll only take about 10 minutes.
Alright.
Okay.
Chop chop, let's go!
What are we doing about the armor?
Perhaps Alistair and Storm should take a look at it while Aurelia is preparing her teleportation.
Don't quite fancy lumbering that around with me. Alistair, can you put it in your void bag?
Void bag.
Void bag.
It won't fit.
Ah, yes, I thought it was humility.
But could Alistair wear it? Because he wears heavy plate, doesn't he?
He doesn't wear heavy armour.
Oh.
No.
Can't wear heavy armour.
Oh, is Kensei the only person that wears heavy?
I am probably the only person who can wear it.
I am also
Well,
proficient as well.
Oh, kayak.
Do you have?
Do you have identify?
No. I don't have any useful spells, I swear.
I
I
don't have any useful spells.
I don't have
I thought you
identify.
had it. I thought you used it before.
No, I never used identify.
No.
In terms of just carrying it around temporarily, would my magma breastplate fit in the bag of holding?
Quite possibly.
Because
You could try.
Because I don't know whether it's a good idea, but just in terms of transporting the armor, I could wear it, but we don't know what it does.
And then put the breastplate in the bag for now.
Yeah.
Something has just occurred. Yeah, would your wings fit through this armor?
I mean, we've never considered my wings before.
We will make wing slots.
Yeah.
I will make them fit.
Alistair just comes with a dagger and is like,
This crisis artifact.
I think the
like
general gist.
opening a can of soup with a knife, like.
I think the general gist with magic armor is that it adjusts to the size and shape of the wearer. This is Ellie, by the way, not Aria. So, yeah. But we don't know.
I wouldn't mind wearing it just for the purpose of transporting it until we can, study it. Or...
Does Kent say has that waistband anyway, doesn't he? That gives him super jump. So.
Super jump.
Okay, so by this point you see that Arilla has kind of finished making markings on the ground, and she kind of steps back, makes sure that there's no one within the circle, waves her hands, and there's this flash of white light. And as the light disappears, almost within an instant, the orb is gone.
Oh, and I can feel
impressive.
it leave. Such a shame. So much I had to study of that.
It was a giant ball.
A giant ball with countless knowledge written on it in runes. I could have studied it.
Well, if you know how to contact me, if you ever wish to look over it yourself, or if you find anything else out, or find any more of these, then
we will be in
it'd
contact.
be interesting to compare notes.
Of course. I had a question for you, and I have to admit I've been putting this question off for a long, long time. It's really for everyone, but mainly you, since, well, you're from Stella Lapsus. But did you ever hear of the Crimson Claw in the Dunelands?
I didn't really spend any time in the Dunelands, unfortunately.
Oh,
But
this question should make it easier then. I wish to know what year it is.
What year is it?
What year is it?
Oh, I also need Ewan to tell me what. Yeah, this is the big question. I've not asked this.
no,
Mate, it's like fucking Kyle Reese at the beginning of Terminator. It's just like, what year is it?
265 landing.
What is? I'm gonna have to ask you what you decided on that. Is that?
As in how long you'd been gone.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh dear.
Hold on. Now I need to message you.
Oh God, I've got it.
I thought we.
No, we haven't talked about this yet. No, I keep forgetting to bring it up. And the longer I leave it.
Alright, keep your secret.
Hey, we're gonna get so much use out of that.
That's literally
Okay.
the motto of this group.
Yeah, it was such a
Alright,
secretive
then.
group.
What is that from? I feel like
Yeah,
I
it's from
recognise
Belanor.
Yeah,
No,
Lord of the Rings, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
Lord of the Rings,
Keep
yeah.
your secrets.
Frodo to Gandalf. Not.
265 landing. Oh. I'm at the Harry's light. It's not as bad as I thought it could have been, but means things have changed.
What's wrong?
You see, the last year I remember is 258.
Whoa!
Oh dear.
Is
That's
that right?
a long time.
Some years.
Oh no, not 250. We got 248. Sorry. 248.
What?
Yeah, we
That's
got
even
10
longer!
That's even. Oh Jesus.
Not
So-
as bad as you thought!
So that's 10 years.
I was in there for over 10 years. Yes.
Jesus.
Jesus.
Jesus, 17 years you were there.
Well,
And
How
that's
did you not go
decade.
crazy?
And that isn't as bad as you thought?
didn't feel like 10 years in there.
17.
True, time is different in the abyss.
No, it feels like more of a miracle that he managed to find Arya at all.
It kind of drifts off into deep thought about it. It's a
Well,
little
let us perhaps get on with what we have been tasked with, and then we can go and pay a visit to Storm's family because it seems
Yeah.
like he needs that reunion.
I strongly agree. I'm gonna go up to.
highly advise against going towards Dunelands, if that's what you're suggesting.
What did you say?
I would suggest you avoid the Dunelands.
Why?
Well, it's not exactly a place of peace right now.
Wasn't very much so when I left it, but my mind wanders to the worst outcomes.
I'm sorry, Storm.
It's okay. I shall be okay.
If it makes you feel any better, I aged 6 years in that fight and I didn't really notice.
I forgot about that.
Pointing out
How
your
the other half live, Aurela.
I spent
1%.
over 15 years in the abyss and not aged a day. Well, time in there is strange. Twisted.
I would love to pick your brain upon what you saw in the abyss. That is, wow.
We never
That's,
mentioned that.
that is, yes. Wow.
I
She's not perfect.
I would most definitely share with you what my experience of the abyss was, but right now it's all coming back too much, too hard.
Right, before we get too much into our feelings and sink into depression, I really think that we should get a move on.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes,
Of course.
you're right.
I'm gonna go up to Alistair and take my breastplate off and Alistair, may I see if this fits in your bag?
Fits in.
Awesome.
I'll say it fits in.
Okay. Walk up. Pick up the armor.
Okay. Yeah, you put it on. It's a little bit tight. You do feel it kind of slightly shift towards your frame. And there is space for you to be able to extend your wings out from the back. No, it's a little uncomfortable. We'll probably have to get used to it. But yeah, it is a set of God damn it, where is it? It is half plate armor.
Okay, so what would that do to my AC, may I ask?
Well, depends if you're attuned to it or not.
It's magic armor.
If you're not attuned to it, then it's just half plate armor.
Okay, what does half plate do to my AC?
Whatever half plate does.
Oh, let me have a look.
I think it's pretty
Yeah,
good.
have a look up,
I think it's pretty 17
bad
or
boy.
18. Oh no, it's 15. It's 15 AC.
15, okay. Oh, 15 plus dex. Okay, so
Oh, do you add your dex still? Or yeah?
15 plus dex, but like up to a max of 2, so it'll be 17.
Praise the maker.
Okay.
It feels kind of tight, but okay.
Well, it looks good on you, Gaiak.
Alright. he doesn't really know how to react. He gets a little bit like embarrassed and does a little like show.
There's a little something here. I do that. You know.
As a lasting favour, I could discover what it does.
Oh.
Perhaps that would be a good thing before we continue wearing it further.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Good to know that
Could have
Gaiak
been-
hasn't just put a death machine on his body.
Could have been a curse. Yes.
She walks over to you and
I like how she brings this up after we
places
put the
her
armor.
hand-
Yeah, I don't know why we
places
didn't.
her hand on the armor itself and casts identify. Wow. Very interesting. Well, it seems it's been in there for some time. As far as I can tell, it was once quite a powerful piece of magic, though in its time its power has waned, likely due to its use inside this orb. But from what I can tell, it increases your ability to resist attacks and has a natural affinity against lightning.
That's pretty
It
good.
also has a sort of telekinetic ability in it. If you utter a command word, it seems to assemble around you.
Iron Man.
I
Man style.
am Iron Bird.
I am Hawk.
It also has an affinity for magnetization. It should be able to tell what way is north at all times with this.
We won't need the compass!
Yes, no more compass.
If you're about to write what I think you're about to write. God fucking damn.
Oh no.
I'm saying comb. Actually, yeah, it does sound like it, doesn't it?
Seems about right.
Gumby!
Compass.
Alright.
Orilla, can you make another teleportation circle, if you please?
Oh no. This is where it gets tricky.
Well, I certainly can. But
I
unless
imagine she needs to know going first.
yes, well, first of all, I'd need to. If you want to use a teleportation circle, then I need to be able to connect it with another one.
Don't
But
know any.
yes, and where exactly is it that you're going? You haven't. told me
Ravenwood in the Kingdom of Verlum. Have you been?
that. I don't know of it. No.
Right.
Well, I know I've heard of the kingdom. I've not been there myself.
So at least you know which direction to go.
Ish,
Are you
yes.
going to need a description or something?
Well, first of all, do you have anything from there?
Not on me, sadly. Apart from myself.
Okay, that makes things a little complicated, but we can work with it.
Yes.
Do you not perhaps have any of your old weapons? Did you get them?
I have my crossbow, but you know,
Is it from Ravenwood?
I couldn't tell you who made it and where it's from. I was just given it.
But where were you given it?
Well, I say I was given it. I
You
rehomed
stole it?
Yes, I stole it. Yes,
Of
yes.
course.
I restole. I prefer to call it rehomed. I rehomed it.
Call it what it is,
And-
Aria. You're a thief.
Yes, I am.
And I love you for it.
Yes, but
Oh
I
my
couldn't.
heart.
I stole it from some nobleman's house. It looked pretty. I picked it up. I couldn't tell you where it was made, if it was even made in Ravenwood.
What was the nobleman?
I don't know.
Was he a Ravenwood nobleman?
Yes,
Then there we go.
but I don't know if it's from there. He could have
But
got
it's
it
an
from
item.
anywhere.
But
Does
it's an
it have to
item
be-
that was in his house.
Can I ask Arilla if it has to be created in Ravenwood, or it can just be?
It has to be. It's a little complicated. It's not. The problem with magic is it's so.
Tricky.
Yes.
I am learning this now.
It's a little. It doesn't follow a. It follows some rules, but other rules it's a little more difficult.
Well,
It needs to be something that is connected with the location. A medallion from a mother's purse, or a painting from a house. It's
Did you never receive a letter from your family?
I have the letter from Toby.
they do.
I get it out. Will this work? This is from my brother. He lives there.
It
I
could.
didn't even think of that.
We don't. We only have one shot at this today, so we need to be absolutely sure on our.
Well,
Is there anything I can do?
we can use the letter as a focus, I guess. If you need a description of somewhere to land us, I can do the very best I can.
Oh, this is exciting.
Was it there 6 months ago?
The letter
Mhm.
or the location?
I think technically
that-
it was purely because like if we were in there for 3 months,
Yeah, you were.
and our campaign's not been going on for 3 months though.
Alexis
We
was
were in
there.
there. We were in there for 3 months.
You were in there for 3
But
months.
then if we were in there for 3 months, how long have we been adventuring for? We've not been adventuring for
But-
more than
Uh-huh.
We
3
don't know
months.
how long Aria was in there.
You
were
were
for
in
3
there
months.
for 3 months.
We don't know how long Aria was in there.
Well, I got the letter.
Oh.
I received the letter before I went any of the Abyss stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you were
Way
in the
before
abyss
the Abyss stuff.
for more than 6 months, then
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but it was
shit.
3 months here.
Mm-hmm.
But you
So
were in
does
there
it
longer.
count?
Not how it works.
it depends how long you.
It's relative to you.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So the
That's
the
sorry. That's what
crossbow
I was.
then.
That's what I was saying in the message to you
Yeah.
earlier was that it's relative to you. So if you take something into an extra plane and you're there for, if you're there for like 5 minutes, you come back and it's 30 years later, that thing will still work because technically speaking, it has existed for 6 months. It's existed for less than 6 months, but you were in there for an extended period of time.
Mhm. Well, we're just going to have to go off a description then, I guess, and hope for the best.
Well, we have two options. If we don't have anything from the location, you can either
Would a
give me a description, which is, well, it's difficult.
What if you have a
Or we-
person from the location?
Well, if I am able to see, I can scry on someone from that location and be able to find somewhere there, the location that they happen to be in. I could then use that as an anchor, but I'd need to know what that person looks like, which adds another layer.
Another description.
Oh, that's simple.
Yes, except this time the description would be more of an example rather than words.
That's rather simple.
Could you not
So,
transform
Both
yourself
are.
into
Oh,
somebody?
Yes.
Both are fairly unreliable, though. There is a high chance that we will not make it to the location.
Well, even if we're a little bit closer, it will help.
Sorry.
No, you go.
Can I ask, with my psionic ability, just to make it a little bit easier for description, I can communicate telepathically with creature, but it doesn't like specify if there's like how you communicate. Does it, if it has to be a language, or if you can actually like conjure up pictures? Because if that was the case, then I'd be able to take an image from Aria's mind and then plant it in Orilla's.
I can also shapeshift into people that she could look at.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Does it say in the spell communicate as long as someone knows a language?
Yeah.
If it specifically mentions about having to know a language, then it is through. It's not through images. It's through kind of.
Okay.
It is through language.
Yeah.
But I will say that is an excellent idea. Might have to look into that.
Yeah.
That is a pretty. Because otherwise you'd be able to do it with literally anything. I
Yeah.
think that's probably why it's it's probably specific to that.
Mhm.
But very good idea.
Yeah.
So how do we wish to do this?
Well, what would be better for you, that if I describe a person or a location?
Both are fairly unreliable.
I think if you can see a person, that might be better.
Yes,
If you-
considering you can shapeshift, I think that would be more accurate.
If I changed into someone and let you have a good look at them, would that help?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to then turn into someone who I think would be okay with us bouncing near them, were we to be successful. And I'm going to transform into. I'll let you know. I'm going to transform into Franca.
For fuck's sake, how did I know this?
Yeah. She would be okay with it. She'd be like.
Okay.
So. You go.
What do
Do
we
we
see?
describe it, or are you going to describe
Okay,
it?
yeah, so you
We've done that,
watch
Franca.
Aria transform as you have seen before. However, this time she shifts her form, her skin becoming paler, with a kind of a strikingly beautiful face, with this deep maroon hair that curls down her shoulder blades, with two curved dark horns, the ends fitted with some with like silver earrings that hang from pieces of amber on the end. These orange cat-like eyes and very, very small fangs at the bottom, on her bottom set of teeth. She's turned into a tiefling.
Oh, what?
This is
A tiefling.
This is a woman called Franca, and she has a workshop in Woodstip, which is a district of the city. If anyone's going to be okay with us teleporting into their life randomly, it is her. So take a good look.
Okay.
T-pose.
I will attempt. She closes her eyes, sits down, breathes. She opens her eyes and you can see they are blue. This light kind of shining outwards. Okay. Seems to be some sort of workshop. Lots of paintings. Lots of interesting things around.
She's an interesting woman.
Magic?
Okay, yes, she appears to be painting something. I can see the area. Are you absolutely certain about this?
She's the woman. Trust me.
Okay.
Oh, she's going to be so mad at me.
Everyone hold hands.
Astrid, you have another girl to be jealous.
Well,
I'm more worried about having to hold hands with people.
Come on, Alistrine.
Here we
You're
go.
not get left behind now, do you?
and like,
Guys,
to
both
think-
of
I
these
I like to think
shifts,
she
not
goes
next
to hold
Alistrine.
hands with Aria, and then Storm butts in, just like, come on, take my hand.
like that moment outside the prison, you hold hands. And you watch her kind of. She speaks some arcane words, and you can see around you reality kind of like shimmer, almost like you're looking through thick liquid. And suddenly you feel yourselves all pulled to the centre as you disappear from existence and appear somewhere else.
Oh, here we go.
Oh god, here we go.
Here we go.
Let's go.
So, viewed once. Oh god, I'm so nervous about
I'm
this.
so excited.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Oh god, is that a good Jesus
Okay.
Christ or a bad Jesus Christ?
Come on.
Oh no.
I feel like that's bad, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Certainly not 100, that's for sure.
Stressy do.
Oh god.
Okay,
Oh
it's
god.
not good,
Oh
it's
god.
not
Okay.
good.
I can't
I
wait.
have to re-roll.
I have to
Oh,
reroll.
okay.
Oh my god! I can't believe this.
Same.
98.
Yes, that's brilliant.
Is that good? I don't know if that's good.
However, yep, it's 98. But the first roll was a 17.
Why do you have to reroll a 17?
First roll, because you mishapped.
Oh.
So what happens is, when you mishap, you then re-roll again to see where you end up, but you can have multiple mishaps. So, as you're travelling, you feel like this kind of sense of direction, all of you kind of mingling together, kind of like that episode of Rick and Morty where they're all kind of merged together.
Oh,
Um,
brother.
For a second, you're all inside each other, and all of you take
Oh dear.
11. All of you take 16 force damage as poof, you all of your like insides are kind of torn apart and then reassembled. It is pretty fucking painful, and then suddenly you all appear inside this building, crashing down onto a table. It splinters.
Ow.
All of you collapsing onto the ground. You splatter into paint. Red, green, blue,
God.
orange. All these colours splashed across you.
Yeah.
You hear like a ah! As a female voice kind of leaps backwards. And that's where we're going to take another quick break.
Successful teleport!
We only
I
lost about
cannot
6
I
believe
don't hate balls!
I cannot believe I rolled a 98. I cannot believe
That's
that.
We
just
only
so
lost
perfect,
about
though.
16 IQ
Oh my
points.
god.
That's so perfect that even though we managed to make it, we still
Oh god.
took a
Damage.
pretty big chunk of damage.
Put Fera Carta away.
Fucking Fera Carta away.
We're covered in paint now as well.
I imagined that that bit in Harry Potter Goblet of Fire when they're all like swirling and their faces like kind of like.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, it's porky. Yeah. Oh
fucking
Jesus.
Porky. Oh god.
So
Hello, and welcome back. So, where we left off, you guys had crashed into some sort of building. As you kind of, your senses become alert again, looking around you, you see red brick walls with dark wood support beams. The upper sections of the walls covered in light pale plaster. Hung around are an assortment of framed paintings, landscapes, portraits, objects, as well as what appears to be blueprints. There is a thick smell of both smoke and paint. The interior appears to be split into separate sections, each partially cut off by red curtains that hang from a rail across the ceiling. In one room, the room that you crashed into, a number of easels once stood. Some with canvases on in various stages of completion. Shelves covered in paint and art supplies surround the walls, and more paintings lean against the walls or furnishings. In another room you see there are several workstations. One primarily has rolls of paper, presumably more blueprints, with inkwells and other writing/drawing apparatus. Other workstations seem to be made of metal and various tools resting atop, along with strange little contraptions. The ceiling of this room is much higher as some objects hang from it, including what appears to be a large pair of bird wings made from thick paper material. Bookshelves and cupboards filled with tinkering materials make up the rest of the room. The final section of this floor is the living space. A large Parisian rug covers much of the wooden floor. Velvet furnishings of deep red and blue sit around a burning fireplace. More paintings and sculptures decorate the room. In particular, a large portrait of Franca herself above the fireplace. As you look around the room, you see the woman that Aria had turned into, though slightly more aged, kind of sat on the floor, staring at you wide-eyed for a second, like trying to, definitely in shock about what's just happened. She's wearing a tight corset around her waist with an elegant and thin dress, red and pink with lacing. She's just kind of sat there. Yes, she does. Aria still looks like her. She's just sat there. Oh, dreadfully sorry. I told you that there was a chance that things could go wrong. But this is definitely the place that I saw, right? Oh. Arilla kind of puts her hand down her cleavage and pulls out a lump of cat hair.
Yes, Jesus.
Who's that?
Franca?
The audio wasn't on.
No!
I'll notice Franca and be like, Franca!
She's still in shock, kind of just sat there on the floor.
I run up to her and give her a hug. Hello, old friend. How are you? Say something, woman. Come on. I'm very happy to see you, Aria. Yes, I know you're happy to see me.
Aria?
Yes. What's wrong? Oh,
Well, you look like me.
Yes. Oh, yes. It's a little party trick I can do. I'm very sorry about... Were those paintings in the middle of being done?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Frank. We've never done this before. We didn't know where we're going to land. I'm so sorry, but I can give you some compensation towards them if you wish. You know, because I'm such a good friend.
What is going on?
It's a long story, and I'm gonna help her up.
She's like still in shock.
So yeah, we are. I need to get back here fast, and this wonderful woman here, Aurelia, she has the means to transport us here. Magically, and you were the first person I thought of, because I know that you're into kind of full-on weird stuff, and here we are. Sorry about this video again.
I think I might need to sit down.
Okay, let's sit down. Go. Come on, you guys, go.
She kind of just shuffles over towards the living space and just slumps into a seat. Just.
Has she got any alcohol nearby? I'm gonna pour her.
Oh, like she's already.
Yeah,
like,
pour us up.
there is an expensive bottle of wine sat on like a small wooden and glass coffee table next to.
Yes.
Next to the seat, and she is already pouring it out. It's like this very deep red wine.
Nice. I'm gonna slap. Like let's say 20 gold on the table as to say sorry for the mess.
Don't be silly.
No,
Take that back.
we
Take
came
it
on
back,
an
Aria. I don't need it.
We came on an
Please.
Take the gold, Franca.
Take the gold back, Aria. I don't need it.
Stop! Why are you so stubborn, huh? Why are you so stubborn?
Why are you so stubborn?
Why are you so stubborn all the time? Ugh. I'm leaving it here. I'm not taking it.
I turned to Gayak.
She like grasps your hand almost like suddenly, almost like she's beginning to process what's just happened. Aria, it's so good to see you.
Hello, Blanca. How are you doing?
Doing well.
I'm doing alright. A little bit, a little bit queasy from what just happened, but other than that, I can't complain.
I have no idea what just happened.
Oh, don't worry about it. The main thing is...
But it is so good to see you.
It's so good. I've missed you very much, Blanca. What are you working on at the moment?
No, just a few things, a few commissions.
Yes.
Well, I was working on a few things.
Yes.
Before you decided to visit.
I can only apologize about that.
Oh, no, don't be silly. It's so good to see you.
It's great to see you again. Where are my manners? Everybody, Fera Carta, this is Franca Francesco, and Franca Francesco, this is Fera Carta.
Pleasant to meet you.
It is an honor to meet you.
Franca is an artist and inventor, and
well,
she is a genius, even if she's modest about it.
No. I dabble.
She is a genius.
Okay, I'm a genius.
Yeah, you're a genius.
I say to her in Infernal, an artist should be commended for their work, and in regards to.
You speak my tongue. I've not heard anyone speak that for a long time.
I do. Yes. I have met your kind before. He gives a warm smile.
What's your name?
I am Storm, or Stings Like Storm is my full name.
The rest of you?
Kensa. Greetings.
I am Gayak.
It is, yes.
I could speak that too. I'm gonna introduce myself in Infernal.
Wow, so many of you speak it. Very rare.
Indeed.
Oh, where are my manners? Wine perhaps? Drink?
Oh, we would love to, but we really should be moving on. We just needed a place that I was familiar with. Besides, we've already caused you enough trouble. How is the town?
No, it's not a trouble at all. It's not trouble at all. Please, take a seat.
All right. She really won't let us leave until we've had a drink, guys. We better sit down.
She wanders over to
Buckle up, these people drink
glass
like
case
fish.
cabinet, opens it out and takes out these very expensive looking wine glasses, like, you know, with the ridge on the glass.
Nice.
Brings it over and begins to pour out some red wine into the various glasses, handing them out. Please, it's a beautiful wine, yes.
I don't mean to be rude, but do you have any water? I'm parched.
Of course, there's a jug on the table. Help
I
yourself.
pour myself some water and drink some water.
You must tell me what adventures you've been on, Daddy.
Oh gosh, quite the adventure.
You've
The
been
long-
away for a long time.
It's a long story. Yeah, as I can say, I've been gone a long time, but one I will perhaps tell you over a lot more drinks than this.
I expect so.
It is a promise, you know. I never lie to you, Franca. Mostly.
As cheeky as always, are
Of
you?
course, of course. How are things here? What is the town up to these days?
Well, yeah, there's always good and bad, but for the most part, it's doing okay.
Have you heard
Everyone's setting up for the festival, though.
festival? Which
Yes,
one?
Fiera del Morti.
That's this. Oh, of course. Oh, that's one of my favorites. Oh, you guys are in for a treat. Okay, this is like the best time of year, I find. Are you going to be doing something big this year? You always do something big on this.
Oh. If I told you, it wouldn't be a secret
Ah,
now.
you tease me.
I know that you can't keep secrets,
You
Arya.
tease-
You tell everyone.
You tease me. You tease me. You know. Whoa.
Do you have
We
something in mind?
are not here for the festivities, though, are we?
No, we're not. Unfortunately, we are not. We
Why are you here?
actually, I have to go and see my family.
Of course, yes. They don't know you're back yet. Of course, you just arrived. Did you not? Did they not know?
No, they don't know, and I didn't really want to, go to them right away. It's a personal thing, But we'll go. We'll go.
My dear, you haven't spoken to your mother?
No. No.
Arya, my dear, she thinks you're dead.
Sorry.
You're joking, right? You're pulling my chain.
No. The last we heard of you, you had sent a letter from Sib City. And then there was that fire, and then the invasion, and now she's... then nothing. She thinks you're dead, Arya.
Wow. She has that little faith in me, huh?
Well,
She hasn't changed a bit.
oh, Arya, please, come on.
Nah. A conversation for another time. We really must be getting on, Franca. I don't worry. I'll come back as soon as I can. I promise.
Yes, you mustn't leave town without telling me of your stories.
Of course, of course.
It wouldn't be right.
I promise. I promise.
Okay.
I promise.
Well,
That's the new
I
compass.
hope you will stay around for the festivities.
Oh, I'm very excited. I'm excited for these guys to see it. And to see what you're going to do. I'm sure it's going to be amazing. Oh, she teases me still. Okay.
If you don't mind me prying, I'm not used to seeing people of our pallor, perhaps, living so comfortably on the coast. If you don't mind me asking, how did you, as a tiefling, come about to live here so comfortably?
Well, when your skills are acquired, people tend to shield their bigotry.
See.
But don't let yourself believe that I've not taken my fair share of attacks. But to be quite honest, it's probably the safest place on the coast for someone like me. Ravenwood is a diverse place.
Very. You know, Franca's paintings, people call from far and wide to get a painting commissioned by her. She's very, very popular.
Please.
I'll keep that in mind.
No, keep going.
Yeah. You just suck it all up, don't you? You love it. If you do want a painting, though,
Stop. No, seriously,
please,
don't stop that.
Franca is the best in the business. She's not just skilled with paint. She's, like I say, she's a skilled inventor as well. Brilliant.
Interesting.
I noticed those paper wings. You working on something?
Oh, no. It was a failed attempt.
Oh.
Perhaps I'll return to it when I find some inspiration. But for now,
His inspiration. I put
the
a guy.
ceiling it shall remain.
I walk up to the paper wings and like look up at them and kind of stretch my wings out and start comparing them.
There you go, a life model.
It's bigger.
Oh, oh no!
It's more like
My wings
it's more
are
like
bigger than yours.
almost like a first draft. You know, in Assassin's Creed 2, the Da Vinci flying machine. It's kind of like a first draft of that.
Nice.
Did we just find this world's Leonardo da Vinci?
Yes, you did.
Yes, we did.
Italian accent. Painter and workshop.
Well,
Da Vinci is the common denominator in every universe.
Same as Elon Musk.
Elon Musk.
Anyway.
Shall
After a
we?
30-year time.
we really must get going. Thank you, Franca. And again, I'm sorry about your workshop.
Oh, one last thing.
Oh, yes.
Perhaps you don't walk around looking like me.
I wouldn't dare. There's only one of you.
Yes, I don't want my face to be seen when you get up to whatever mischief you're probably going
Yes,
to get up to.
I promise. I pinky promise I won't.
Okay. Well, I'll be here working if you want to pay a visit,
I know.
or just send a messenger and we can meet up for a drink.
Sounds good. I know where you are.
But please do visit your parents. They will want to see you.
I will.
Okay.
Shall we?
Oh, so good to see you.
So good to see you too. And as I leave, I chuck 5 more gold and I run.
Aria!
Can't hear you, la 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 la. Fuck that one.
Okay. So.
It was the most wholesome interaction of this
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you didn't catch, Aria's very fond of Franca.
Yeah.
Sorry guys, I'm cutting out all over the place, so bear with me.
No worries. So. Oh, I forgot to. Oh god. Okay, I thought I pressed back there. I forgot to change over the thing for that entire interaction.
It's okay.
However, that's.
Nice.
As we leave, Guy enviously looks at the wings.
Oh
So-
shit, new map, peeps.
New map!
Oh yeah.
New map, who this?
New map, who did?
So-
New map, where this?
You step out from Franca's workshop. And step out onto an evening street. It is quite late at night. And you can hear the sounds of the occasional person walking past, distant sounds from bars and taverns, and just the quiet, the natural quiet of the outside world, which you have not heard for some weeks really, not properly. But the town is yours.
Mate,
Before you venture too far, you hear Arilla. I think it would be best if I head off now. You have arrived safely at your destination.
Your help
just
has
about.
been...
Well, yes, just about.
Okay.
Are you sure you want to leave so soon?
Well, it has been great getting to know you over these past few days. And I'd like to think this won't be the last time we'll meet.
Oh, I guarantee you it won't.
It shall not. I will be able to contact you very shortly too.
If perhaps,
Absolutely.
if perhaps you stumble upon anything more, these orbs, you might contact us again.
Absolutely. I shall indeed. I intend to head back now and begin my, my investigation on these orbs.
Arilla, before you leave, could I speak to you alone?
Yeah, certainly.
Stay away from my girl. Man, I will fuck you up.
I just stop babbling and pointing at things to the guys while they do that. And this is where I did this, and it's this street, you know.
It scraped my knees along here. Or...
What can I help you with?
Do you perhaps know of any magics that aid with memory loss?
I guess that depends on the origin of the loss. If it's there's always there are spells that can modify people's memories. If it's some sort of illness, perhaps a healing or restoration magic could help.
It wasn't.
It's a little complicated. It depends on the element.
Well, a memory of someone was taken from me, and I have important memories, but I can't seem to remember someone specific. I'm not sure who, but it seems important.
How did this memory get taken from you?
The last I remember was in the Witchwoods. I believe it was to do with the sisters there.
Sisters in the woods?
Oh, my apologies. They are deemed almost close to deities there, and they required something from each of us, and I told them a secret, and from that point on...
Right. Yes, I'm starting to get a small picture in my mind about what it could have been. Seems that you've made a deal with a fae. That's my assumption, anyway. Sisters, woods, worshipped as deities, deals. That just screams hags.
Do you know if there's any way to reverse the effects?
Without powerful magic? Only one.
What is it?
Kill them.
I see. Well, thank you anyway.
Sorry if I could not be more help.
No, please. You are more helpful than you think.
Well, if I find anything else that might help, I'll let you know.
Thank you. Thank you, Arilla. Safe travels.
To you too. Good luck with whatever it is that you're doing. Well, I'll be on my way.
Before she goes, I want to also...
She turns back.
I'll just say to her in Stellarian, you'll always have an ally in us until the sun dies.
And she responds to you. And you? Aye. She moves into an alley and you can see that she begins to trace similar circles on the ground. After about 10 minutes. She just... She's gone.
They grow up so fast.
I mutter, as she disappears, I mutter under my breath in Oran, may the winds guide us back together.
Aww.
Kensei just says, bye.
Later, dude.
Nice.
Fucking nice.
Nice.
Well, are we going to see your parents now, or have we got time for this?
We can explore for a little bit. I'm not in a rush to get back there, even though I should be. What?
Aria, if I might offer my opinion,
Yes?
you ought to go see them.
I know. Don't know if I can.
And I don't know what your trading hours are like here, but
What time is it?
it's late.
Late evening. It is dark.
But are things open? Are they would anything be open now? Or?
Most nights are off.
Our sleep schedule is so fucked.
It's a
I was gonna say any taverns open.
There's probably a few taverns open.
Would I know if Toby's is open?
Toby's could be open.
Okay. Well, I mean it's a little bit of a walk from here to the perch, so let's just walk and see what we see. Okay, let's go.
Into the
So,
unknown.
as you begin to head through the town, there are a few things you notice. Firstly, it is very warm here, actually. It's strangely warm. The coast is known for being rainy, cold, frigid. It is not exactly a pleasant place to live. It's odd how warm it is here. It's almost Mediterranean. You see the buildings, in contrast to the very classic medieval and almost Victorian that you'd seen beforehand in Soule City. Here, the buildings are various colours: orange, blue, green, yellow, red, made of plaster and brick, with slate roofs, most of which are fairly flat rather than kind of this, very angled roofing. It's much flatter. They're also quite tall and kind of packed together. The alleyways are narrow and windy. Flowers, plant life, and just colour permeates every place in this town. Whether it be natural park areas to just colourful flowers hanging from flower pots from buildings. It's beautiful. Where do you wish to go?
While we're walking, could I take this as an opportunity to maybe stretch my wings and maybe have a little fly and admire it from above as well?
Fly like an eagle.
Still following the group. But...
Okay. So how high are you going to fly?
Not high, maybe 50 feet max.
Okay. So you stretch your wings out and begin to fly up. You pass about 3 stories of buildings before kind of being able to see the town and its exterior. To the north, you see, to the north, round eastward and then south, you see just these very rigid hillsides they merge into this just right to the end of your vision of just purple trees that go over and kind of wave as it follows the landscape, right to the end of your vision, and then back down to more hillsides, and then deep to the south, you catch a glimpse of distant mountains. To the west, you see, as far as you can, just kind of mostly hillsides, some plains, as well as roads that kind of weave around them. Though, you can't see it particularly far. It's just kind of the extent of your vision, which is probably maybe a couple 100 miles. Around the town, flying up, you can see kind of a dense area where you are currently, and the town almost seems to be tiered. Is someone using a Pringles slider or
Bro, I
something?
keep telling you, dude, mute yourself.
Mate, I moved the microwave. I think you can hear it.
You can see that the town is almost tiered with various kind of plateaus within quite a hilly area.
Nice.
You see what appears to be kind of a top area where this kind of hilly plateau comes to a point, reaching down, swirling down towards another residential area with much more like mansion-like homes, and it just looks a little bit more extravagant. That leads down towards the two more compact and more dense areas where it appears that the bulk of the town resides. One of which seems to be kind of like walled in. You do see like these stone walls that go around the areas where the hill isn't too steep. So kind of at the edges of the town, it's quite cliffy.
Beautiful.
The town is built like on plateaus.
Sweet.
And you just kind of see this night sky, constellations, stars. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Clear sky as well.
God, we haven't seen the sky in a while, have we?
Oh,
The
God.
two moons there.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be soaking up the sky.
Figures
all
the
the whole
first time
time.
we see the sky in a long time, and it's night.
I do miss the sun, but feel actual air and see the sky. It's outstanding.
I'm gonna-
It's beautiful.
I'm gonna put my hand on Aria's shoulder, just kind of come up behind her and just. Alright?
No, I'm not alright. But we have to do this. This is why we are here. If anyone will know how to talk, and how to get an audience with Queen Cecilia, it will be my parents. So,
I'd almost forgotten that's what we were.
yeah, that's why we're here. That's why we're here. We haven't just come here for the hell of it. Let's go.
Your parents then?
I mean, we could get a drink somewhere first, but if you guys want to be responsible, then we can go straight there.
If you, my opinion, answer anything, I would say you have not been in your home for quite some time, and I understand how that feels. So if you wish to spend some months soaking up some parts and cherished memories you have of this place, then I would say you're within the right to do so.
I would like to spend a little time here, just, to see how people are doing. But I imagine we will be here maybe at least a few days. There is no rush. Unless you guys would like to get a drink or there's something you'd like to see. If not, let us stay on course.
This is your home. You left the way.
I know not much of Valum. I wouldn't know what to see.
Well, We could see if my brother's place is open.
Your
Let's go
brother's
see if
house.
it's open. Come on.
Sounds wonderful.
And I'll start walking towards the noble home district.
Okay.
This is a bit late to ask this, but how do you spell Valoom?
Alright, is it like that? With an accent? Oh no.
Like our
Valoom.
Ali just spelled it.
No worries. Got it.
Okay, so you head down the bricked streets, heading towards Noble Home. The road itself begins to incline, and you pass, many different buildings that are, shut and closed for the evening. After about a 10-minute walk, you pass through into kind of this. There's this notable change where everything becomes a little bit more expensive, a little bit more marble used, a refiner taste, and there you can see,
Let me show you. Take me there.
You see this regal-looking building, engraved marble arches, walls of large stone blocks. There is, with creative and outlandish paintings and images all around the outside. It's extravagant, and it knows it. The lights are off though.
Oh, damn it. It's closed up for the night. Well, this is my brother's tavern, in case you were wondering. It's as pompous as I remember it being. But I don't think he's in. So we could come back tomorrow.
Perhaps we might have to do the difficult thing a little earlier than you might have thought.
I know, I was trying to put it off. Well, we had to see anyway, and you got to see a little bit of where the posh people live. Yes, this is where I acquired my crossbow. I won't say who from. Come on then. Rip this band-aid off. And I'll start heading towards the perch.
Okay. You follow the road around before coming towards a small cobbled path that passes through a garden, a park of sorts. These beautiful trees, well-kept gardens, as you head south towards the perch. As you head through these gardens, you can see up now this this plateau where the more high-class estates are, and there is just this winding road that goes around the outside, that goes down from the lower areas all the way up to the tip of the perch. And you follow, heading up this path. Halfway up, you see a carriage kind of coming down as it, passes by, heading into the town itself. You continue onwards, heading through the gardens of the perch. This, it's very well kept. It's almost completely distant from the town. The sounds of the town are kind of fading into the distance. It's almost like being in the countryside, but on new press. And eventually, you see a building appear, made of marble and pale brick, with an orange slate roof, a tall tower jutting upwards on the side. Two-floor mansion with minor buildings within the estate that you can see as you come up closer. As it comes into view, you see purple vines and leaves that grow across the exterior walls, almost completely encompassing parts of the building. It's grand and luxurious. As you stand on the edge of the estate, looking through the gates that wind up through the interior gardens towards the front porch. This archway made of marble with these two deep wooden doors. What do you wish to do?
Are there any guards about?
Yes, you see two guards stood outside the front gates. They are wearing black and purple armor and holding. They've got their swords sheathed, but they're kind of watching, and they kind of glance. This group of people appear, and you can see them kind of one mutter something to the other. They just kind of look onwards, curious more than anything.
Perhaps they might feel a little intimidated to see a large group of people approach. I perhaps should go ahead and just explain. This will be interesting. I kind of gave the guards a bit of a headache growing up. Let's see what happens, eh? Wait here, and I just go forward towards the guards.
Who goes there?
Arya Ravenwood.
Aren't you meant to be dead?
Yes, apparently I am. I heard so just a moment ago. So little faith people have in me, huh?
Do you have any proof that you are Arya?
Shit.
We do have a letter.
I have a letter from my brother.
Present it.
Show them the letter.
Come next to it. Very well. I'll walk up with you.
My companions are just waiting back there. I just wave the guys to come over.
Are your parents expecting you? Any visitors?
Apparently not, because apparently I'm dead.
Yes, of course. Sure, follow me.
Of course.
Okay, are you following?
Yeah.
Follow.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, you pass through the kind of deep metal gates and wind your way through these gardens, growing ever closer to the front doors. You arrive outside the doors to this grand mansion, and the guard knocks on the door. A moment passes. Second moment passes. And you see kind of like an elder man, slightly greying hair with like a small kind of twiddly beard, mustache, sorry, holding a lantern, and appears to be in kind of like a deep, like a long black robe, dressed almost butlerish. Yes. You're not going to believe this, but I have Arya Ravenwood here.
I...
Arya?
Yes.
I apologize, I was not expecting anyone. Certainly not. Please come in. Come in. And he opens up the door.
Alright.
For you to step inside.
Okay. Alright, Aria, deep breath, and here we go. Okay.
You step through the double doors into this ornately designed and expensive looking interior. It's a large open space with pastel tiled flooring and purple regally designed walls. The ceiling arches upwards with marble. A large golden candelabra dangles, its light sparkling across the room. The walls are of a deep rouge wallpaper with purple petals. A curving staircase leads upwards to the right towards a stone banister overlooking the foyer. A deep blue carpet covers the marble foundation. Upstairs... Oh, you can't see that yet. Never mind. Oh, almost got me there. I must go and tell your mother you're here.
Hey.
You watch him begin to ascend the stairs, and at a distance, you hear a as the door closes.
I will say, like, Aria's not really... She's normally quite calm and collected, but I think all of you can visibly see that she's very fidgety right now.
Alistair's just gonna, again, kind of like put a hand on her arm, just like, hey.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Just trying to remind myself to breathe. I don't know why I'm nervous, it's just my mother.
I understand.
Not get on very well?
That is an understatement. We are... Our relationship is the definition of complicated.
Ah, I see.
I'm gonna go and I just like take Ari's hand for a second and look into her eyes, and we are also here for you. Remember that.
Thank you.
You hear another door close, and then the sounds of footsteps appearing from the top of the stairs, staring down. You see a woman. She has lightly tanned skin with sharp features and is extraordinarily beautiful. This is someone who obviously takes care of their appearance. Like Aria, she has long brunette hair that flows down to one side of her head, though now it's kind of like flowing down freely in her night routine, with a beauty mark on the left of her bottom lip. She's currently wearing she's still almost tying together a long purple silk robe, and kind of leans over the banister looking down at you. Aria?
Hey, Mama.
By the 8? And she runs down the steps.
Oh boy.
And she just grabs you.
Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay.
In the tightest hug she can, and through sobs you hear her say to you, We thought you were dead.
Yes, you don't
We
have...
had nothing for months. Then the invasion. Ari,
you don't
you
have...
need to get your father. He
no...
would want to see you. You look so well, so different. Are these your friends?
yes.
Hi.
Mama. Yes, they are. Could you please let go of me now? Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
That's alright. That's okay.
And you can see the remnants of makeup that she'd been wearing during the day, now just pouring down her face as she's tear streaked.
Yes. Where is father? Is he in his room?
He's in bed, and then you hear this voice from the top of the stairs. Leandra. What is all of this, Mrak? And he kind of looks down, and you can see the rest of you. This gentleman in a similar night robe, with this shoulder-length, well-groomed black hair with streaks of grey, a neat beard with a moustache, sharp features, not dissimilar to Arya's. His eyes are a little sunken, and Arya, you notice his frame is a little weaker than when you'd seen before. The signs of aging starting to appear on his skin, with a few kind of like liver spots beginning to appear on his pale skin. Oh. Leandra turns round. Warren, you should be in bed! To damn with that woman. And he kind of makes his way down, kind of like hobbling down. You see now he's using a walking stick to kind of support his weight as he kind of shuffles down the stairs as quickly as he can. He looks like he is struggling, but you know, with fair swiftness he makes it to the bottom of the stairs and towards Arya. Kind of this stern look on his face as he's kind of looking at you, Arya. Your stomach kind of fills with all those feelings you had as a child. That look that he gives you, when that almost disapproving look. And he almost stumbles as he throws an arm around you and embraces you.
Hug. Okay.
You have never felt him hold you,
Yes.
much less this tightly before.
It's a new experience for me. Alright, okay. Too long, you can let go now.
We thought you were dead.
You went half of the city, apparently.
The last we heard, you were in the city.
I was. Yes. Why are you awake? You look like you can barely stand.
I could hardly stay in bed when they told me that you had come back.
Well.
Where have you been? Why did you not respond to any of our messages?
To any of your
We
messages?
were worried sick.
I have.
Warren, you need to go back to bed. In a minute. Let me see my daughter first. I've not seen her for months.
I don't know what messages you're talking about. The only one I've received is from Toby.
We sent messages every month. Since then, and no return. Nothing. We thought you had been killed in the fire. Or worse, the invasion.
You think I am that silly? That incapable, huh?
You know that's not what I mean.
Kind of sounds like it. You mean you only paid for the best tutelage that you could find, you know? I mean, you're insulting Jask in that regard. She taught me everything I know. You're saying that she's a rubbish teacher?
Arya, won't you introduce us to your family, please?
Here are my manners. Father, this is Fera Carta, the group to which I will not be here without. Fera Carta, Leandra, and Warren Ravenwood.
Greetings.
You are friends of Arya?
Yes.
Then you are welcome in our house. Warren, why don't you go back to bed? I'm sure there's plenty of time to talk to Ari in the morning. The rest of us, why don't we retreat to the hosting room and we can perhaps have a drink or...
Of course. Please, lead the way. Before,
Very well.
when everybody like moves off, I'm just gonna grab Arya by the arm and say, what was that?
It's just so funny to me. Pretending.
You can see Leandra's kind of taken Warren kind of around one arm around the shoulder and that she's helping him back upstairs.
I don't understand it.
But not before kind of leading you into this room.
I don't
You can
understand.
go.
They're pleased to see you, Arya.
That's just it, Alistair. I don't understand it. He's never acted like this with me before.
Perhaps when they thought you would... Yet they had a change of heart and they realised how important you are to them.
I admit I handled that poorly. But it's just a lot right now. I don't know. Maybe a drink will calm me down. Let's go.
Before you go, I quickly asked you, can your parents also change their form?
No. I can't remember if I told you, but I'm adopted.
I don't not
Oh
believe
no, yeah, someone.
you have not.
I'm adopted.
That makes sense. I wondered if they were also shape changers.
Not to my knowledge, anyway. I was found on the doorstep one day, and they took me in.
Curious.
Extremely. How about the drink, huh?
So you step through a kind of a curtain into the hosting room. There's deep brown wooden plank floor, which is almost entirely covered by an expensive dark blue Ottoman rug. The walls in this room have the same rouge wallpaper with purple petals. The ceiling looks like plaster. The plaster has this swirling pattern. A grand piano rests in one corner, along with a lute and a violin case. A small round table with a number of chairs sits near a fireplace. Two burgundy velvet sofas facing towards each other with a small glass coffee table between them. A silver platter rests on top. To the right of the sofa you can see this crackling marble framed fireplace. Hanging above is an oil painting of the Ravenwood family. A rouge chaise longue is in one other corner of the room, and around the walls are various bookshelves filled with books and varying ornaments. It's warm, cosy, and smells just a little bit like lilac in here.
I'm going for that chaise longue.
No gooseberries, just lilac.
I'm gonna go and sprawl out on that chaise longue like.
Your family is a musical family? And I gesture to the lute.
Sorry, mouthful. Me not so much, but my siblings very much.
Ah,
Aria, did you already find food? We've been in the house for about 5
Oh
minutes.
yes, you know. Aria's totally not stress eating right now.
Yes, you stole from the football.
Arya, I think it might be best if you tell us a little bit about your childhood.
Oh wow, okay. Well, doctor, you see, I've been feeling kind of down lately. Are you my therapist? What is it?
What's a therapist?
Do you not think they have therapy? Maybe?
No.
Oh, mate, trust me, Aria definitely saw a therapist.
Therapy.
Aria definitely
Why
saw a
everyone's so
therapist.
messed up in this world? No, no one got
Yeah,
me.
you
Maybe.
don't think that a society that has magic so casually wouldn't have therapy?
Oh yeah, therapy. Yeah, shock therapy, probably.
Oh.
Alright,
You
Jake,
know what?
calm
Ooh,
down.
Some guy just
okay,
stands
that
over
was
you like a-
very, very heated.
Some guy
Anyway,
just stands over you
so-
like fastidious.
Anyway, Aria, tell me about your mummy issues. Let's go.
Whilst my mother is in the room.
She's not here. She's taken your file.
Oh yeah, of course,
upstairs.
of course.
You're currently in the room on your own.
Well, it all started when I wasn't allowed downstairs for the first time because my mama was like, "Oh, but if they find out who you are, it will be very bad." So I was never allowed downstairs until I could control my power to turn into different people. But even when I mastered it, I was still limited. I rarely was allowed downstairs because if people saw me. People like they knew I was like I existed, but like my parents would always say I'm sick and can't come downstairs. But I would always sneak downstairs, you know. And then it's them favoring my other siblings, them treating them nicely, and then they treated me crap, and yeah, pretty much it.
Doesn't sound like the ideal childhood.
I cannot complain totally. They gave me a roof over my head, and like I said, I have the best tutelage ever. But perhaps I am being greedy. Perhaps that was not enough. I don't know.
I was brought up in a caravan, so this is quite big than what I used to.
At this point, you hear kind of shuffling, and you see Leandra coming out once again. She has put on a kind of a. She's just kind of thrown on a long black dress, with the kind of the silk robe still kind of covering it a little bit, because she hasn't put all the time in yet. So it's more so that she's not just wearing a silk dressing gown. So, what is everyone drinking?
I will be.
Guests first.
I will have.
We have
Water.
we have wine, gin, whiskey, mead or ale if you
All the
wish.
things that
I
Jack
can
would
ask
love
one of
to
the
drink.
servants to get you something.
What kind of meat?
Mead, sorry, mead.
Oh, mead. Sorry.
If you
For meat,
don't-
we have chicken.
What were you gonna say?
if you don't mind me asking, do you have milk? Kayak drinks milk.
Have we not noticed this today?
Of course, I
Most
can.
inappropriate question to ask a noble.
She kind of looks a little bit taken back, but I can ask the servants to pour you a glass. Yes.
I would appreciate that very much.
And before you say there's the stereotype about my people and milk is wrong, I'll have some water, please.
Absolutely. One glass of milk and one glass of water. Any other requests that I got to get from this room?
The strongest thing we have, please. Well,
Of course. She kind of steps out the room, and you see a younger gentleman, probably in his early 20s, kind of slicked, short brown hair, in a neat white tunic and trousers, kind of walk up She whispers something to him. Yes, ma'am. And heads off towards the door on the other end of the hallway. She walks back into the room, heads over to a glass cabinet. It's, very, very ornate and expensive. Opens up the latch, takes out a long bottle. It's kind of a bit of a kind of bulbous design to it. The deep brown liquid on the inside. Places it on a table next to the cabinet, and then takes out a glass of this kind of pink-looking wine. Closes. Well, I have wine and whiskey here. Any takers?
Whiskey.
I'll
Yes, I think I'll have one of those.
I'll take a whiskey.
She takes a couple of tumblers and pours a glass of whiskey. And slides it across. Why don't we take a seat and talk?
I'm already on the chaise lounge, mate. I'm living life.
I will.
She,
If you got any pillows, I prefer to sit on a pillow on the floor.
sure, just take one off of the sofa.
Thank you.
She kind of goes and sits by the corner near the fire, kind of cross-legged, hands on knees, just looking, kind of swirling the whiskey in the tumbler. Very awkwardly.
So, Mrs. Ravenwood, I take it?
Please, call me Leandra.
Leandra. What's Arya like? As a little rapscallion running around the building.
Straight to it.
You see like a smirk cross her face, but you can tell that she's trying to wipe it off. Well, she was naughty.
In what ways? I'm sure you have some marvelous stories to tell us.
Oh, many, many, many stories. But she was a little angel as well.
Sweet.
And what about you? How did you all meet?
Arya?
Last we know that Arya one day she just disappeared.
Why did you notice?
We ran into some trouble, and well, I suppose I should let the rest of the group explain how they met.
Had an encounter quite a while back now. We managed to get each other out of a rather tight spot we were in. Decided to stick together.
And I fell out of a portal after being there for 17 years.
Oh yes, there's that too.
And then,
Well, that is a tale.
then
Oh,
we
that's
went back into the portal. It was eventful.
Your daughter is wonderful, if I might say so. She is kind and helpful to all of us. She's a wonderful person.
I know.
She was raised well.
We did try.
Forgive me. I realize I am being a little unprofessional, and letting my personal feelings get in the way of why we are here. But Mother, I can tell you that we are actually here because we need your advice.
see. You
We
came for business.
yes.
Well, if that's what you want our relationship to be, that is what it shall be.
We require an audience with Queen Cecilia.
That is not a small task.
No, that if anybody would know, it'd be you and Father.
Might I know why you wish to have this audience?
There's as I'm sure you're aware, a bit of an invasion going on. And Soule City has been hit. There are people there that we have come into business with, and well, we want to help reclaim the city, but they cannot do it alone.
Yes, I am aware of the invasion. I thought you died in it.
Yes. And keep being told that I'm easily killed, apparently.
Why did you not send a letter or anything?
I told Father I've only received one letter, and it was from Toby.
For the months we were sending letters.
Letters are not easy,
After-
so sent via the abyss.
I don't understand what you mean.
He means that I might have moved on, and that's probably why I didn't get the.
Still could have written from where you were.
Could have. Really could have. But, you know, I'm here now.
On business.
Business.
Will Toby be able to see you before you leave?
Oh, I imagine we'll be here for a few days, or just coming in for the fun.
Business. For business, yes.
Yes, if
I'm just going to get myself another glass.
How about some music?
How about something out of the
I
orchid
pull out a little wooden ocarina out of my satchel, and I put it to her. It's that 6-hole little instrument. Have anyone seen an ocarina before?
Mhm.
I know.
Yeah.
Arena of
Yeah.
Time.
And I'm using my kind of purring to kind of produce music with it.
Oh. I see this, and like Gaik starts whistling along as well, like with a like nice little melody.
Do I have to roll a performance or anything, or see how shit good or shit?
No, I'll give you this one.
Alistrine just looks increasingly annoyed at Storm and Gaiac acting this way in the presence of a noble. She's just like,
What have I done with my life?
You see, like, Leandra is kind of watching intently. You do see kind of like a slight grin there, but it is, you know, it's fairly well hidden. You have talent.
Thank you. It's the instrument of my people.
Fortune is a strange thing. When I woke up this morning, I didn't think that today I would, before bed, have such beautiful music and see my dead daughter.
The time to be alive. Perhaps we could discuss this in the morning. I not thinking clearly right now.
Storm's face lights up a little bit in realizing when he says, "Wait, magic is not banned here." Just remember, is magic banned here?
It is not viewed well.
Oh. Well, that's a shame.
It's a little contextual.
It is not viewed well.
We're not as bad as Soule City, but it's still, you know.
I'm not going to end up in a prison. Like,
Not unless you do something really bad.
Not unless you piss water in her eye off.
that won't. But just, can I cast spells without being persecuted?
I would
way
ask
over to
that you
Storm.
avoid it. I would ask that you avoid it in public.
I can do that.
I'm gonna walk over to Storm, and you know when like cats, like you kind of like pick them up by like the
Scruff of their neck, yeah.
Oh,
I'm
nice.
just gonna like grab Storm by the back of his head, just like shut
Resist.
up,
Resist.
shut.
Resist.
You're gonna resist.
I'm gonna
Okay,
resist.
both of you roll through your roll of strength check.
I don't know why, but I thought you meant Storm was saying that. Like, Alistair grabs the back of his head and resist. Resist.
I'm not trying to do it hard,
Oh,
by the way. I'm
God.
literally just doing it of this like a Storm. If you don't shut up, I swear.
I'm gonna
Roll a strength check, Alistair.
wiggling out of it.
You can
This is just him trying to not, like get out of it.
wiggle. It's just a warning.
A warning that
You grab at you grab at it, and you get a hold of it, and he just kind of
Who's that?
pulls
Yeah.
away from it.
More music, Alistair?
I'm afraid I've gone a little off your taste in music, Storm.
Oh,
Gaia
Yeah.
not understanding the social cues hears the word music again, and just as Alistair talks, he starts to whistle, and then just as soon as he hears Alistair, just stops and pauses in the position. Just
This whole interaction, Leandra's eyes have not left Arya. You look different.
While she's focused on Arya, can I do an insight check to see if she's genuinely happy to see Arya?
Roll. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Oh Jesus!
Wow.
wow!
oh my
Okay.
god!
Okay.
That never happens to me. Yeah.
So, you've been reading her expression the entire time, quietly at the back. As far as you can tell, she was in shock, then was delighted, and now you can see that she is very upset. She's definitely holding back tears.
Okay.
You're muted.
Oh,
You're
oh,
muted.
oh, you muted.
I'm muted.
Muted.
I forgot I took a bite of food. Like I was saying, I'm not thinking properly right now. Perhaps we can talk properly in the morning.
Sure, we can discuss business tomorrow.
Is Marie here?
No, she left months ago.
Oh. Where did she do something amazing? I'm sure she did.
I'm sorry, I don't discuss family matters with work colleagues. She puts down the glass, gets up, walks to the door. She turns as she gets to the doorway and says, Aria, your room is free. Your friends? The guest quarters are upstairs on the east wing. West wing.
Thank you for your hospitality.
She turns and leaves the room.
Well, this is fun.
I just got slapped in the face.
Oh. That felt so good.
Yeah, I bet it did, dude. I bet it did.
Holy shit.
Well,
So, what do you do? Left alone? in
Cry.
the
I
street?
don't know.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
so charming, isn't she? She's so charming. Oh gosh, so
Do you want me to?
amazing.
Do you want me
Doing
to
the
fight her?
necessity.
No.
Music to lift the mood.
Oh my gosh. I think I need some fresh air. I'll show you guys the garden. And I'll lead them towards the garden.
Okay. You head back out the entrance, making your way into these beautiful gardens, hedges, like hedge mazes, flower gardens. It's very extravagant. Statues, ponds. It's beautiful, and you can see numerous girls that kind of wander within the grounds of the estate.
Make sure
And
to.
with the night sky, the night sky is it's clear. You can see the stars and the moons. It's warm. It's relaxing. Well, as relaxing as it can be given the situation.
God, that sounded scary as hell, though.
I guess I'm gonna pack a pipe.
Dress smoke.
Take out your pipe. You can put in some.
Good to know that even when he's not playing
Dried leaves
Tristan,
in
that herb gets all used.
Snap a little bit of. Well, I don't really have any fire spells. I've got matches, I think, though. Would you like any, Arya? Seem like you need some.
I would love some.
Pass it to her.
What does she inhale?
It's
What's
just.
it taste like?
It's very old. It's been with him since the June lands, so it does taste a little bit off. It's definitely marinated.
Mature, yeah, I can taste
with-
the maturity. It's
And-
very, very nice. Oh,
We extract that from cactus flower.
very nice. It does have kind of an earthy taste to it.
Your personal safety, Arya, I'm going to suggest that you never eat or drink or smoke anything that Storm gives you ever again.
I
Why?
needed that.
I'm not going to poison her.
Not intentionally.
Oh, of course.
Look at this beautiful flower.
Oh, it's so
Look at the
pretty.
sky. It's splitting in half. What? Oh, I'm holding the star.
I'm just flashing back to the time in the Underdark, being charmed and like made high by a flower,
Yeah.
whatever it was,
Yeah.
a mushroom.
Oh yeah, the
Oh,
mushroom. Oh yeah.
Oh god.
Are we truly
I'm being
mortal
high
beings?
the entire spore dragon fight.
Whoops.
You know,
Man,
I
what a
don't
dragon!
particularly want to stay here tonight.
Where else? Where are we going to go?
My brother's house.
You mean the house that you said was shut?
No, his estate. It's just down the road from here. He has his own estate.
I see no issue with staying here.
I see lots of issues. But we are here for business. So I should not let my personal feelings get in the way of that. Make a decision as a group.
Family issues are something of not a specialty of mine, so
Mine either. Mine either.
I'm afraid I cannot help in that way. So if you think it's not good to stay here, then we can go elsewhere.
We have been doing a lot of walking. It's okay. We can stay here. So,
Mari,
yes.
I will say, if you do need a wing to cry or scream under, you have one right here. Well, you have two right here.
I may take you up on that, Gaiak. I wonder if my room is different. I wonder if they packed everything up. Let's go have a look, shall we? And I'll just take a deep breath and head back inside.
Okay.
Towards my room.
You head back into the estate. Sorry, the mansion. Heading up the stairs, but you saw Leandra and Warren go up and come down earlier on. 1 second. Okay, so as you head up, getting to the top of the stairs, you can see now that there is this stained glass window at the front of the house. That the balcony goes all the way around to the kind of like the front where you can see out over the front of the manor, and just next to it there are some white velvet armchairs and a sofa looking that are faced out towards the window. You pass through another set of large double doors into quite a large lounge space. There is a large fireplace, another portrait of Ravenwood over the top of the fireplace. This is a very old painting, and Aria, you know, it's a painting of when Ravenwood was first founded, and it's the first iteration of the mansion itself. There are purple velvet sofas that are turned towards the fireplace with a cherry wood coffee table, glass cabinets with more glasses and drinks inside, bookshelves, and on the other side is a big table with chairs around it. Kind of like it's like a large dining room chair, but it's table, but it's not. You know that this isn't a dining room. It's kind of used for the best way to describe it, family game night. If that would have ever have been a thing. It's that kind of space. Or for family meetings, probably.
Yeah. Definitely a lot of stern talking to in that room.
Definitely a lot of those. There's not a doorway here. What you can see now are kind of like these velvet sheets that have been pulled across and tied on either end, so that the opening opens up into another small foyer space. And here, there's just kind of like ornamental shelves, 2 doors on either side. On the left, you know, leads to your room. On the right, leads to Marie's. And in the centre, there are some more stairs that lead downwards into another part of the house on the ground floor. There is a doorway down here that leads towards the guest bedrooms, and you can see there are a couple of servants moving in and out that are setting up sheets on them, ready for your group's stay. But Aria, you head towards your room, and as you open the door, what do they see?
Okay, so hang on, got a picture reference to help me. Right. So, in comparison to the rest of the house, which is quite lavishly decorated, this room, it's not. I'm not saying it's bare, but it's definitely on the plainer side. Clearly, not a lot of. Not as much thought was put into the decoration of this room. It's got a double bed with one of those kind of, I want to say like a canopy thing over the curtain that drapes down. That's probably the fanciest thing in it. Has that kind of bed with, again, purple bed sheets. and a dark wood wardrobe on one of the walls, and there is a vanity table. But again, nothing special. It's just got a mirror, and it's basically a table, mirror, and a chair. And yeah, it's just pretty plain. Not so much like it's not like it doesn't look like a child's room, but it definitely feels a little soulless. There's like there might be like the odd painting in there, like maybe stuff that are like drawings that Aria attempted when she was younger, and she framed them because she was proud of them, and she put them up. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
And you notice that nothing has been changed about it since you last left the room.
I expected them to have thrown everything up. Fair play. Everybody, this is my room.
Such a big bed.
Yes. The one luxury that I was given was a nice big bed.
I feel like there's more luxury.
What was that, sorry?
Like
Wow.
I can see more than luxury here. The mere size of the room.
It's true. God, being such a brat, huh? Kind of, Ari just kind of gets a bit lost in thought, staring at the room that she hasn't been in a very long time. And let me guys show you where you're going to be sleeping, and I lead them to the guest room.
So you pass back through the lounge area and towards the west wing with guest rooms. They're not quite as elaborate as some of the other family rooms, but still very well furnished. Gentle purple linen bed sheets over a soft mattress and a walnut bed frame. There is enough storage space for belongings in wardrobes, as well as a well-fitted bathroom fit with a tub and plumbing, with beautiful views out over the garden from the bedroom windows. It's as far as guest accommodation goes, it's pretty good.
We haven't slept in something with real beds in months.
It's true. It's been a long time.
Beautiful.
Well, make yourselves at home. And if you want anything, feel free to wander the house and get it yourself.
Magical ink.
Okay, well, that might be a little bit harder to come by. But, feel free to explore. And if anybody asks, just say that you have permission from me. Not that that has any weight. Just punch him in the face and then run away.
Oh, good. That I can do.
It's going to be interesting what they have to say about Queen Cecilia. Wonder
I
if
just
she'll
hope
help us.
they will meet us. Yes.
She's
So-
sorry.
So no, go.
I remember Mayfly saying that she was very into the arts. So I don't know if that is of any use.
I look at Storm and I give him the musical eyes.
Storm, perhaps you could play some ocarina for her. I'm sure she'd love that.
Why, yes, she would. That's such a good idea, Alistrine.
Yes, play the ocarina for the queen, please. I would love to see your head on a spike.
We could also ask Franca for her advice as well.
Yes, maybe ask the expert. And
rather than the ocarina playing maniac.
What's wrong with you? You
Guys, please. There's enough tension in this household already. But Franca has done a few portraits for the Queen. So she could also be a good person to ask.
Then we have our first lead.
That is if my parents don't help us. Yes. Okay, well. Have a good night. Wait, what time is it? Oh yeah, it's late, isn't it? Yeah.
What time is it? Late?
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
Sorry,
Cool.
there's so much going on.
Super late?
It is very late at night now.
Yeah.
So you all heading to your
Quarters.
rooms for the night?
Yeah, who's saying where?
I'm probably gonna just stay up and wander around the house for a bit.
Fuck it. Kensei is just gonna go catch up to Aria quick. Goes.
Okay.
Are we going straight to that? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. If I may. As you've pointed out yourself, the tension between you and your parents was palpable, but I could touch it.
Yes.
Though I understand there are some misgivings in the past, I do not believe that they would deserve that venomous response you gave.
Did you say what my mother said to me?
I did. And I also sense that there are the words, and then there are the feelings. And I sense that beneath it all, while she may not have been able to express it properly, she is merely a mother who missed her daughter.
It's so funny. You know?
If I may... Oh, sorry.
No,
You
go on.
finished.
There you go.
Don't worry, I'll say mine till after.
Okay.
It might change. It might change
I
based
just
on what you
think
say.
it's funny, you know, considering she's not my real mother.
Do you think blood is all that determines family?
No.
I can assure you, I have met some blood relative fathers who have treated their sons and daughters like with awful repugnancy.
Oh, that's a good word. Repugnancy. I love it. But yeah,
Thank you. I learned it at a tavern when I first got.
good word.
Yes.
People should say it more often.
That's all. I might have heard Frisk say it in a dream once. I'm not sure.
He sounds like the kind of person who would say repugnant. Wouldn't you?
Yes.
Imagine him saying it, you know.
Always so eloquent in his sleep.
Yes.
Well, if I may offer one final piece of advice, I've lived a interesting life, and if I've come to learn any one piece of wisdom from it, grudges and old hatreds are meaningless. Don't know. There's no point in holding to them. Anger always distorts what it truly.
For the longest time, that's the only feeling I've really had towards my family, apart from Toby and Marine.
And if you were to let that go, be there.
I don't know.
Then perhaps it might be time for you.
It'll take some getting used to.
As do all changes.
Look at you, Kensei, being all wild stuff.
Hmm. How do I put
hear you.
this? It is not so much wisdom as it is experience from past mistakes.
You know, Kensei, we got to talk about your habit of keeping secrets because you're a very secretive guy, you know.
Oh,
I'm
how I
onto
would
you.
wish to. How I would wish to.
Why do you wear the mask? What is the mask about? Why are you wearing the mask?
That is a good question. That will be answered, but not today.
Ah.
And Kensei walks off.
Fuck's sake. I will get you one day, masked man.
Doesn't say anything. He just has like the backhanded wave over his shoulder.
I know where you live. Yeah, so I'm just gonna wander around the house. Just kind of see if anything's changed, anything's the same. Wander through old rooms.
Are we all in one room?
No, y'all got your own rooms.
I ain't sharing no room.
We can. I don't give a fuck.
You are in...
There you go.
When does Aria's house turn into a hostel?
You're in separate bedrooms.
And then just before retiring for the night, I will stop outside my parents' room. Think about knocking. Stop myself. Just stand there for a little bit.
You hear your father cough.
Never thought
Is it?
Oh. Okay. I just kind of muttered to myself, never thought I would see you like that. Doesn't suit you. And I just walk off and go to bed.
As you'll find yourselves rest in the comfortable sheets. First good place to sleep in a very long time. No expense spared. You each drift into sleep. Curious about what the next few days here in Ravenwood will bring. And that's where I'm going to end today's session.
Woo! We did it! We teleported!
Milestone achieved!
Daddy issues, yeah!
Is this the first time we've
Mummy
been
issues,
out?
yeah!
Is this the first
It
time we've been
feels
outside of Belanor?
so good to be back in like a place with more roleplay opportunities.
That was a roleplay heavy
Yeah,
episode, dude.
Love that.
Good.
Love that. Love that.
That could be my favourite one for a while.
Yeah, man.
I really
Oh,
enjoyed
let
that
me
one.
cry, little girl.
I was like,
know what
it was
Mama
like,
went through.
what is the right thing to do in this situation?
Bruh, mate,
Literally,
mate, Arya wouldn't have known neither. She's like, I don't
Welcome
know
to
feeling.
intrigue. I don't want to feel things.
I don't want to be here anymore. Wow.
Fuck. Got me right
Wow,
in the
wow,
feels, that did. I was
Yeah.
like, oh.
Wow, wow.
Is this the first time?
Wow, wow, we were.
If only Leafy were here to see that.
Bruh.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, is this the first time we've been outside of Belanor? I think it might be. Right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Holy shit! Oh my god!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god!
Milestone
Oh my God.
And all it
achieved.
took was 47 episodes.
We finally got to a different country.
Wow. Wow.
Well, I'm excited to see what's coming
I'm
forward.
super excited.
No, am I, yeah.
I'm also dreading it because fuck knows what could happen.
Well,
Arya burns
Wow.
down the mansion.
I'm just excited to meet more of Arya's like family and stuff. I just love the people's like.
well, unfortunately,
backstories
you won't meet Marie. 'Cause it sounds like she out of here.
I feel
But-
like,
Can I ask real quick about?
Yep.
So we need Cecilia to get basically allies for
Allies for Soule City.
our city,
That's-
right?
she
Yeah.
runs Balloon.
Yeah.
Assuming that everything goes to plan, what about after that? Are we going back to?
On to the next one, I assume.
We had another person lined up, didn't
There was
we?
Dave.
several places
Kingdom
to
of
go
Kingdom of
to.
Dave, where Alice is from.
Alice is
Yeah,
from?
yeah.
Wait,
And that's
the
the next kingdom over, so maybe that's a good place to go
Yeah.
next.
I know it isn't, but what you just said sounded like the Kingdom of Dave.
Yeah, no, it's a, yeah, I heard Dave as well.
There wasn't
I-
there someone from the Clanlands as well? High Lord Theodore.
I don't know what it
there's-
is. I thought it was the Kingdom of Dave.
Hang
There was
on,
a
I did-
couple.
I
David.
remember.
David.
David.
David,
I always say Dave. Kingdom of Dave.
Dave.
you are marching to
Subscribe.
the beat of your own drum, Jay, and we love you.
I just remembered ages ago I did actually make notes about this. I'm just trying to find
Right, so we've got Queen Cecilia, who we're here for now. We've got King Owen,
King Owen.
of Dayford, High Lord Theodore of Shawcross in the Free City of Deep Bay, and High King Gawain I, Drakenloft Isles.
That's the one.
Yes.
Yeah, the different options.
And we wrote down something that
yeah.
each of them might want in order to get their attention.
Yeah, the one that interests me is like High Queen Gawain. Apparently has put a bounty on the.
There's a
daughter
bounty
of
on the
previous
rival tribe's
king.
daughter, yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe we could use that somehow. I don't know.
Yeah, well, by the time we finish this, maybe I will have leveled up enough so I can actually teleport.
Yeah, that'll be a minute.
But actually, I don't think so, to be fair, because it's a long way away.
Oh, very good options. I wonder which one you'll take.
I don't know why I've got written down High Lord Theodore Shawcross.
Yeah, the Free City of Deep
and
Bay.
And I've got written underneath his name, most likely to help us, but for a price.
Yes. I think that's what he said, yeah.
Oh, Queen Cecilia has an interest in the arts, so
Arts and music, yeah.
Definitely bring Franca. Maybe forget the ocarina.
What? The ocarina?
Forget the ocarina, please.
What's wrong with the ocarina?
Everything. Everything is wrong with the
I love
ocarina.
that he just bashes out an ocarina.
Unless we could teach the Queen to dance the Macarena to the ocarina.
Well, I've been waiting to bust out the ocarina since I made Storm, but I just
Oh,
don't
you
have-
did.
I
And
don't
now
have
you
the
can.
chance.
And now you can put it away and never use it again.
What is wrong with the ocarina?
But hey, we have no problem with the ocarina. The Queen, who could put our heads on sticks, maybe I have a problem with the ocarina.
I am also trained in the arts of sand dance.
Maybe that will.
Dance? No!
I can sand dance.
Absolutely not. No.
No, but yeah, Storm can sand dance. It's beautiful,
Ooh.
and it'll make anyone weep because they got sand in their eyes.
So depending on how things go, the quickest is probably going to be Queen Cecilia. Because under the other ones I've got written, like King Ewan, apparently he's a man of the people king, but he's under invasion
Owen,
at the moment.
King Owen.
Owen, sorry. King Owen.
I'm not vain enough to name a king after myself.
King Owen. Oh God, I've written it down all weird. Owen or Marcin the second. Fucking hell, I can't read my own writing. Yeah, it says apparently he's under invasion from Scale Skins.
Scale skins?
Yeah, which is as we know, lizard folk.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
But hey,
No.
so we don't we don't have Thrisk anymore, so that might not actually be a problem.
I don't want to go there.
You don't want to go where?
Apparently there's a king that's under attack by Scale Skin, and I'd rather we not go there.
One of the kings we've got on our list of potential allies is under attack from Scale Skins.
Oh
Well,
no.
there's been incursions.
Oh no.
Because, I won't be able to take the Thrisk out of me in that circumstance.
You can take the Thrisk out of the game, but you can't take the Thrisk out of
The
the
J.
game.
No way.
You can take the J out of the Thrisk, but not the Thrisk out of the J.
What an interesting session, eh?
Very great, interesting session.
Interessant.
Thank you, audience.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, audience.
See you
Thanks
next
for
time.
viewing.
Stay filthy.
Ah!
During
Stay
second
filthy.
lockdown, don't be that bad.
That was